Tampa's Architectural Review Commission. Welcome, everyone. I'm Ted Kempton, Chair of the Commission. If you are here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, wall sections. Staff will then present their report. We will ask for public comment. Please state and spell your name clearly if you are here to speak for or against a project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes, so take some time now to summarize your comments because 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following public comment, the commissioners will ask questions in the same order as the presentation. Next, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. After the public hearing is closed, no further testimony can be given. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based on Chapter 27 of the City Code of Ordinances, the design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards, Historic Preservation Development Review Committee comments, and the testimony given at the public hearing. The ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owner agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence cell phones, and we'll start with commissioner introductions on my left.
Brian Hammond, architect.
Good evening, I'm Carol Post. I'm the public policy representative.
Tim Jones, general contractor.
Dan Myers, architect.
Elena Perez Ketchum, attorney representative.
John Prokop, I practice architecture.
All right, we also have from the city staff, Dennis Fernandez, Ron Vila, Heather Bonds, Alexis Guzman, our counsel, Dana Crosby Collier, and we have Dave Jennings from the building department. Before we get going, we have a full agenda tonight, so we are going to work to keep ourselves on track so that this doesn't turn into an all-nighter. All right, so I'm looking for minutes, looking for a motion.
I move to accept the July 7th minutes and the July 9th minutes.
I'll second.
All right, we have a second. Seeing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architects Review and Historic Preservation Manager. Welcome to this evening's public hearing. We will also be meeting on Wednesday, August 6th at 5:30 p.m. to handle the remaining applications in the August cycle. I did want to take a moment to enter in to the record the staff approvals from August. Those are going to be provided to the clerk, and we can accept those by motion at the end of the meeting. Additionally, I did want to call to your attention, we do have this month's Tampa Bricks and Mortar newsletter in your packets. That is available also on our website at tampagov.net under the Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Division. Lastly, did want to introduce our monthly reoccurring segment on preservation achievements in the city. Tonight we'll be looking at a adaptive reuse project in the Ybor City Historic District, and Heather Bonds will be presenting that for you. Heather?
Good afternoon. Get the PowerPoint up, please. Today's preservation in progress features a successful and sensitive vertical addition or rooftop addition to the Catarika building on 7th Avenue in Ybor City. This is a 1919 building to show the original facade. The property is located on the north side of East 7th Avenue on the corner of 13th Street. This is one of the most historic and oldest blocks in the commercial area of Ybor City, as shown here that it's developed in 1895. And even before that, this is the 1892 Sanborn map, which shows it was previously occupied by Vincent Ebor's first cigar factory in Ybor City. As I mentioned, the building was built circa 1895, so just when that last Sanborn map was issued. And the building was sold to Mr. and Mrs. Benjamin Caterica in the 1940s. It is significant under the National Register of Historic Places for criteria A and C in the areas of economic development and architecture. In 2015, the BLC approved the rooftop addition as well as a rehabilitation to the structure. This is it in plan view. This is the original facade here, showing it as it appeared prior to rehabilitation. It also went through the historic property ad valorem tax exemption, which offers even more review processes to the structure. And here you can see the addition, which was done sensitively, how it was pushed towards the back on both the corner facade and the significant 7th Avenue facade. It also restored the storefronts, including the cast iron columns and the canopy, and the stucco on the west elevation was removed, revealing the previously covered windows. Our review criteria includes the Secretary of Interior's treatments for historic properties, which include 4 different treatments: reconstruction, restoration, preservation, and the one we utilize the most and offers the most flexibility, which is rehabilitation. The Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation allows for the construction of new additions if they do not destroy significant fabric and if their design is compatible in size, scale, color, material, and character of the property and the historic districts, which we found it did align with those standards in this review. The ad valorem process also reviews the interior, and these are the applicable standards that we use to review the interior renovation, which included removing some interior walls and the ceiling to reveal the windows that were previously there. And that is this month's preservation in progress. For additional information, you can learn more in this month's Bricks and Mortar.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. And rooftop additions are something that we don't have to address very often with the Architecture Review Commission, but it is something more frequent with the Barrio Latino Commission. And in this particular situation with the Quadricha building, the addition was actually oriented towards the rear of the building beyond the footprint of the original structure. So that area in the rear along the alley was actually a later addition that was constructed, and that's why that was targeted to be situated on that particular location and to allow for the extra density at that point. So it was a creative way to bring new life to this old building. So moving on, we are going to now move to the portion of the hearing where there's an opportunity to disclose conflicts of interest and ex parte communication, and our legal counsel will lead that discussion.
Good afternoon, Dana Crosby Collier from the legal office. Would like to ask if anyone has a conflict of interest with any item on the agenda this evening.
I do not.
Thank you. And has anyone had ex parte communications relating to any item on this agenda this evening?
I have not.
Thank you.
We do not have any continuations to act upon this evening, so we are now ready for the swear-in. Anyone in the audience who's going to be presenting this evening for a case or providing any type of public testimony, if you could please stand and raise your right hand for the swear-in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
With that, we do have 4 cases on the agenda this evening, so I'll just kind of echo the advice of your chair and using your time wisely so we can move through these. The first case is ARC 25-240 for the property located at 825 Bayshore Boulevard, and Ron will be introducing that case.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and public. My name is Ron Veal. I'm a planner with Historic Preservation. And moving forward is, our first case is ARC-25-0000240. As Dennis stated, this is at 825 Bayshore Boulevard. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. The construction date that we have of this residence is a contributing structure that dates back to 1922. The underlying zoning is RS60, and there is no footprint change to the request this evening. They are coming forward with two requests. The first one is a variance for a south side yard setback from 7 foot to 0 foot with 0 foot for encroachments. That will be indicated on the site plan. They have been advised to move forward with the variance first. After they do their presentation, the board could discuss that. If the variance is successful, then we'll go into the certificate of appropriateness. The variance hardship request is attached to your staff report. You could follow along. I will go through the photo presentation at this time. On the subject site, there are two structures. There is one primary structure and there is one contributing accessory structure, and they are both contributing. As always, I start with a 1929 Sanborn map. As I stated, this structure was constructed in 1922. I circled the property in question. It does face Bayshore Boulevard along that scenic corridor. This is our vicinity map. It is shaded, which indicates that the structure is contributing. And the aerial of the subject site, it is boxed in the green here. It's on Bayshore Boulevard. When they get into the certificate of appropriateness, if the cases go that far this evening, you'll see where it's situated, and they have some challenges along Bayshore Boulevard. And these photos are here for reference if needed throughout the public hearing. This is the subject site here. It's in between a non-contributing structure and a contributing structure. You see the height of the structures that are abutting and the property in question. As we go through this exercise this evening, some of the discussion we're going to have is the material on the building. The foundation here is a stucco pattern. This is the front elevation that faces Bayshore. This is the south. On that south side, the abutting structure is new construction. Going back to the subject site, once again, you have the primary structure, elevation, that faces Bayshore Boulevard, and then the north. That's where the vehicular access is at. You see the tight throat that they have there, and then the abutting structure that is a contributing structure to the north. Focusing back at the subject site, this is looking from Bayshore Boulevard, the apron, the sidewalk, and then the ribbon drive as they get into the site. Looking at the rear yard, you see some of the damage from the prior storm back or last year. This is moving into the backyard, showing the contributing accessory structure, and just completing an additional view of the accessory structure. Looking at the alley, or the street as it's referred to, it's O'Brien, that runs behind the subject site. And then concluding with Bayshore Boulevard. The traffic is one way on this side. They had a median that goes in the other direction. Subject site is over here. And just looking back into downtown. That concludes my portion, and then I'll hand it off to the owners now to address just the variance.
Ron?
Yes.
If we make it past the variance?
Yes.
Will you give us another presentation prior to?
If you want to go through these again, I can.
Well, my question is noticing.
I will not. I usually don't. I do the photo presentation at the beginning. You go into the variance. You discuss the variances. If the variance is approved, then you go into the certificate of appropriateness.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Alexander Engelman. I'm one of the owners of 825 Bayshore Boulevard.
I'm Adrienne Timmel, wife and co-owner.
So we'll, in the interest of time and expedience, we'll address just the variance, and then we'll be seated to discuss the full project later.
I think we
if
should put it on
appropriate.
the,
And maybe you can help us get there. So the variance requested is on the south side of the property for a room that's currently in use as a laundry room. That portion, it recently came to light in discussion with the prior owners, was original to the house in 1922. And we're asking for the variance there along the portion of the south side of the property line, only where this laundry room juts out and meets the property line, nowhere else along the property line. The reason why we're, of course, asking for the variance is our goal today is to lift the house out of the path of storm surge and to become more resilient, to protect the home and to get our family back home. Our 4 children have been out of this house for the last year. We've had 4 birthdays where they haven't been home, and we get asked every day, Mommy and Daddy, when do we get to go home? So our goal here is, through the guidance we've gotten and the excellent opinions of the city staff and the ARC staff, is to come up with a simple proposal, something that's digestible and approvable, and it is contingent upon this variance. So this laundry room variance is original to the house. The prior owners did confirm it was a maid's quarter at one point in time in 1922. Our neighbors are here. They've been excellent neighbors, and they have comfortably lived with that existing footprint since the home was purchased in 1997. The home next door was actually built in 1986 while that structure was there. The property adjacent to us on the south side is 825 and a half. It used to be all one property, and it was after that the property was divided into 2 and the southern half sold off that this variance came into existence.
It was sold off in 1987. It's a 1922 house.
And so there are many criteria. Is this displaying for you guys? It's probably one. Thank you. That need to be met in order to these hardship criteria per Chapter 27 of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. The first being that it is a singular and unique hardship, and the structure for which this variance is requested did exist, of course, prior to the current homeowner's purpose. It is unique to our site, and the footprint of the home will remain the same. That's key to our whole project. Is that we don't want to change the home. We want to preserve the home. We just want to get it out of the way of the water. The hardship criteria 2, that this hardship is not an action of the applicant. It was pre-existing when we purchased the home. We've tried to preserve it. Number 3, that the variance, if granted, will not cause injury to the adjacent owners. Our owners have lived next door to our 4 boys with a lot of noise next door, but they've lived comfortably with that structure being where it is. It actually is in the side yard of their yard, the north side, that it does not have a direct access other than the front driveway. So it's not an area that's commonly used. It is planted, but that structure does not really encumber the use of the front or the backyards at all. Number 4, that it's in harmony with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This variance does preserve the historic integrity of the home as it was originally built, and preserving the home and this structure along with it, the lift depends on a variance.
And it serves the purpose of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan and preservation.
Number 5 is that justice is served here, substantial justice being done, and we do think that allowing this variance will result in substantial justice, meaning that we get to keep the structure and the significant value and use and the enjoyment of it without adversely affecting the owners next door, other than they have been affected for the more than last 25 plus years. And then number 6, allow development within the historic pattern. Again, a 1922 part of the original structure. Our whole goal in this project, under the guidance we've received to date, and which we're very thankful, is to preserve that home and now protect it from the stormwater. Can we answer any questions about the variance? No. Do you have anything else to say about the variance? So I think in summary, it's existing. It's something that is, the rest of the project is contingent upon, and we want to preserve the footprint.
Great, thank you.
So the variance is a finding of fact. You look at the evidence that they presented and at the substantial competent evidence, if it meets the criteria to approve the variance. I want to put into the record that there were numerous letters of support for the whole project. So it goes along with the variance, and then I'm going to put it into the record if we go into the certificate of appropriateness as well. Those letters are attached to your report as well.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone in the public who's here to speak for or against this project? Great. Please state your name and your address.
I'm Michael Sork. I live at 825 and a half Bayshore, which is the home on the south side of their property. I'm absolutely fine with the variance. I just want to make sure that it's only for the existing structure and that they cannot go to 0 foot for any other part of the property alignment between our property and their property. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you.
I'll go ahead and comment on that. When we look at variance, it's site plan specific, so they could show you a site plan. We're indicating where the variance is being located, and it should be just in that area that they could raise the structure if that's the pleasure of the board.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else in the public? Okay, not seeing any. We will go ahead with commissioner questions, starting on my right.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Mr. President.
Do you have a site plan to show us, since it's site plan dependent?
Yes.
So it's the area here along the site, the south side, just above the words Lot 10, Block 14. It's a 12.5-foot frontage along the south side, about halfway down the property area.
Could you zoom in on that, please?
I can. Let's see here. I'm sorry, do you mind switching?
Yeah, I got it.
So we're looking at, yes, right there.
Okay. And the adjacent property wall is shown shaded there,
Here,
and that's their driveway on the other side of that?
this is actually planted here and here. The driveway begins just a little further south. It does connect through here underneath the home. This area then jets out further to the south, again, and the wall of their home is roughly here. And then their driveway begins over on this side. And the edge of the house roughly here.
Okay.
So this is a side yard that we sort of share in common. There's some nice trees that Mike has planted there. We have some trees, the kids play.
Okay. And so it's only for that 12.3 foot by 12.5 foot cube, basically, that we're discussing to give the variance to?
Yes,
Absolutely.
100% limited to that.
Do we have, staff, do we have a Sanborn map
We do.
that would show that piece being original?
I don't know that you get that granular
Yeah,
with
I
those
don't know
maps,
if it
but
is.
we can try.
You have one too?
Oh, no, I don't. I do have a letter from the prior owner that says their understanding, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
my bad.
yeah, we need a high resolution one, I guess, to actually see anything,
I
yeah.
could try to pull it up on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't do it,
Unfortunately,
it doesn't do it.
Let them know that the abutting
Oh, no,
property
it got better in focus for a second there,
Okay.
somehow. I don't think it's focused.
And our abutting property owner on that south side is here, so if he can help field any questions. Mike, I don't know that you know any more about the history.
Right.
I mean, we moved here in 1997, and it was.
You gotta come up here to speak.
Thank you.
I mean, we purchased the home at 825 and a half in 1997, and the structure has always been there to my knowledge. Again, I know the prior owners were from Canada, I believe, so
Right.
that's all I can add, I mean, as far as that goes.
Okay.
And I guess the only other thing is, again, I know that in the site plan, they'll address the drainage between the two properties.
What I do know is the prior owner, and I have a letter that's signed, she has stated that this was a maid's quarters, and we don't have a picture of this, but I mean, it did have its own separate entry. It had a little bathroom that we converted to a breakfast nook, but I mean, the explanation does make sense from the architecture of the room and the way it was connected to the house.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
I don't have any questions.
No questions.
No questions.
Hi, good evening. I have one question for staff, perhaps to just verify what you had said. So variances run with the land. So if in some day in the future this home goes away, this structure goes away, this variance would persist indefinitely, but just for that.
The variance is tied into the site plan that is shown this evening and is specific to the area as Mr. Prokop spoke about. So it's going to be reserved for this portion here that encroaches within the 7-foot side yard setback to here. So if this structure is removed, this variance goes away. It's tied to this specific.
Oh, it is not running with
It
the
does
land.
not run with the land. It runs with this
Okay,
request.
thanks for clarifying.
Yes.
I do have a question. And at least on our agenda here, it says to modify the setback from 7 feet to 0. But on the survey, it shows it's 1 foot off the.
So when we advertise, when the clients come in, we have them be a little bit more aggressive because the dimensions are not vested at that time, to our knowledge. So you ask for a little bit more, and whatever they're asking for is what you're going to give them today. It won't go all the way to the property line. It's going to go as indicated on this site plan that I'm talking about. So it does not go all the way to the property. There's a little relaxation there, and that should be edited in your motion coming forward.
Okay. All right, good evening. The site plan we're looking at, it has a shaded box, says relocated pool equipment to be elevated on pre-engineered platform by others that are inside of that. I'm assuming that is not there today?
Correct, that is not there today.
Okay.
It is
So that
located
will
just
be
to the
part-
west of that.
Okay, so that will be part of the second application?
Yes,
Okay, so then that brings my question. You currently have a use down to grade, and your neighbor has been fine with noise, but now you are bringing something in that is a different use on grade. What are you gonna do to compensate for that?
you know, on the ground floor here, we've tried to enclose the space to account for noise and to contain the use to protect our neighbors' privacy while still being sensitive to the FEMA needs of a velocity zone and breakaway walls, et cetera. And then at the same time, following the guidelines and trying to be sensitive to the Secretary of Interior standards in terms of, you know, how do you visually make the house the visual focal point and distinguish from the new from old. So it's been certainly a conversation and a back and forth. We've learned a lot through this whole process, but our intention there is the sides of this ground level are enclosed, so to speak, with a breakaway wall to help preserve privacy for our neighbors on either side.
Okay, so he won't be able to see it over his wall?
Correct.
Okay, making sure. All right, and then we brought up drainage, and you're showing a 1 foot gap there, and that's existing as it is today. So how does that drain?
It doesn't. It is standing water.
Okay.
I mean, there's a French drain, a little bit,
That wasn't the answer I was looking for.
All right, I mean, the truth hurts. I wish it wasn't also.
yeah. There's a French drain right about here, but that gets clogged very easily. And, I mean, Mike can attest, we have
Yeah.
terrible standing water there.
And this is what really caught us in the storm, is that this was an acoustic chamber between the wall on the south side and our walls that focused the wave energy. We'll show those pictures.
There was
It
nowhere
blew a
for the
hole
wave
through
to
our
go.
wall. We were in there with our kids while it blew a hole the waves blew a hole in our wall. So yeah, unfortunately, there's not great drainage there. That's part of our design is to try to use grading to help, soften the visual of a potential lift and to also improve the drainage on that side.
Okay, so what I think I'm hearing you say is, as part of your next presentation, you have factored in trying to improve your drainage to
Yes.
solve this issue. Okay, got it. All right, that's all the questions I have.
I had one other,
go
just
ahead.
because it just got brought up here. Do you have a site plan that actually shows the other walls of the house next door? Or, because that's just a part of the house, that little wall that you show adjacent to this addition, but there's a whole bunch of other walls going on there.
I don't know that I have it with me. It's something that we may be able to pull up as we go through our
We're
next
speaking of
portion.
825 and a half.
Yes,
Okay. No.
Not that I have
To
with
show all the adjacent, the adjacent walls and property.
Ron, could we see that photo? Yeah, thank you.
I mean, the 825 and a half, the wall that faces their property is like 30 feet high. And then it goes down to.
No, I understand. I just want to see something in drawing on this that shows where all the walls in your house are, not just this small piece of one that's within 2 feet of that addition.
It's a
for mine.
linear
Well,
wall.
it's a linear wall, and then it
stretches.
juts out to be like 6 feet high, and then straight back to the property line.
I'm just asking to see it in drawing form.
I'm gonna
sorry.
try to pull up a Google image.
You're not gonna get it in drawing form, but maybe
Yeah.
we can look at it in
A photo.
photo, yeah.
All I have is this picture that I'd like to share with you. This is the subject site. This is the 35-foot wall that they're talking about, which is his house. And then it drops down to a fence, if you will, but it's a wall that runs along the side of both of the properties, which is indicated here.
Okay, and that's about 6 feet tall.
That's, I would say, 6 foot tall, yes.
So back to that photo.
Yes.
You're showing these 3 trees there. I see that one tree closest in the foreground. Which tree is that?
this
No,
palm?
not that one. Yeah, that one.
This Hong Kong orchid is on
Point
our-
that one out in the,
That one's on our property. And if I'm gonna switch then to the site map, that is here.
okay, so then.
There's
so then
another
really
very
the
small Hong
35-foot
Kong orchid
house
behind
is
it.
in between that tree. You see that as reference, John? Yeah. All right, go ahead. Any other questions? Okay, having no questions, you have up to 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose.
I think it's been well stated in the interest of expedience. Let's,
Okay, great, thank you. All right, at this point, we're going to close the public hearing and we will begin our discussion.
The applicants didn't cause this, this situation that they're currently with, and trying to raise the home to get up to FEMA standards is something I think we're gonna see a lot more of. FEMA's sent out numerous letters saying, you gotta raise your house or get out type deals, so I think we're gonna see a lot of this.
Well, I don't think this has anything to do with raising the house, it's just whether or not that's there.
Well, they're asking for their variance because they're gonna raise the house and they're gonna set it inside that footprint.
Right, if they're not doing any work, there's no variance
There's no variance
needed
needed,
because you're not doing any work on the house.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Right.
it's kind of like what comes first, chicken or the egg.
Right.
Yeah.
And we just happen to be talking to about one of
We're
those
talking
two
about the egg,
things.
and we'll be talking about the chicken here in a
Yeah.
minute, if we, But, so, I don't see that as, I'd like to see it approved.
And I'm not gonna reopen because we're gonna, try not to postpone things, but, I'm wondering if the variance is fully, does it go vertical? Does it include sky? How high does that variance go?
From my experience, from variances in the past, it's to the sky unless they do a 3-dimensional cutout. So, yeah, it's to the sky.
Okay, right. All right.
We're just regularizing an existing condition from the mid-'80s. Yeah, I personally have no trouble with that.
I would echo the same, but I would clarify, the variance does stand on its own, whether they lift the house or not. We're legalizing an existing condition, which I think is not problematic, but I think it's important to clarify that it will now exist there legally regardless of what they do moving forward.
I just do want to point out that I think there is no proof in drawing form that that's original to the house. And in fact, the Sanborn map did not show that addition. So it may have been immediately subsequent to the Sanborn map having been drawn, so it could be very well substantially historic, but there's no proof of that in any of the documents we've seen. I just want to clarify that.
Great. Okay. Do we hear a motion?
Approval, move that the variance request for case ARC 25-000240 for the property located at 825 Bayshore Boulevard be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing for an encroachment of 6 feet, and I'm looking at staff, for an encroachment of 6 feet. For an encroachment of 6 feet in the side yard setback, based upon the petitioner meeting the burden of proof with regard to the 6 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-114D of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances for granting variances as stated, and the evidence provided in this public hearing. Specifically that we are legalizing an existing condition from at least 30 years in the past.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion, one point is, do we want to clarify to the 12.5 feet?
Clarify the what?
The 12.5
But it is
feet
only the
width.
12 point.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's depicted in the site plan, which he includes,
Yeah.
which I think is, that makes
Okay.
that clear. Yeah.
All right, so we have a second. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion to approve the variance, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations. We can go on to the next case.
Do you want to just use this? Would it be easier?
You want to take that one?
Sure. Let's do, I'll be,
Is this displaying for you guys? See the PowerPoint?
No. Yeah, now it is.
All right. So this is our family. We have 4 boys that we live at 825 Bayshore Boulevard. We used to until the storm. The evening of Hurricane Helene, we were in the house with our 2 youngest children. And we were there as the floodwater started to come up, but it was not rising floodwater that ended up causing us to need to evacuate the home. It was the focused energy of the waves. You'll see later in our presentation, the mouth of Hillsborough Bay, that north-south, that intersects this curve of Bayshore, almost like a T. And so we could watch the waves coming uninterrupted over Bayshore Boulevard and impacting the southeast corner of our house. And as the water started to rise, those waves ultimately ripped off the siding, ripped off the underlying wood, blew through the lathe and the plaster, split open the walls, and a hole was created in our wall that water was gushing through. We were upstairs with the boys listening to the waves inside our house, not the water, the waves open and slam cabinet doors. And we had to make a decision. Do we risk the live electrical wires and the alligators that were probably in the backyard and wade out through chest-deep water with our sons on our shoulders, which is what we did? Or do we stay in a house that we're uncertain of its structural integrity, and we still got 2 hours to go until high tide? That was the last night that our kids slept in their home. And for the last year, we've been out of that house. We don't want to go back to a house where they'll be under threat of having to live through this again. We want to preserve our home, both under your guidance in terms of design, but also from the elements. And we want to give our family a safe place to which they can return. So our request for this project is sort of twofold. One is to elevate, to try to mitigate the risk of another storm event, and we'll go through that. The other goal of our request here is also in the interest of safety. And as Ron showed, we have a tight neck driveway there, and we'll go through some videos. It creates an incredibly dangerous situation on what is now a 4-lane divided highway and one of the high injury corridors of the city. And so our request is that not only preserve the house, protect our family by raising the house, but also to create a way to access the house with a young driver in just a few short years who will be getting his learner's permit and 3 more behind him to make sure that we contribute to Bayshore being a safe corridor for the city. So I think the key highlights here are, 1, there is no change to the existing footprint, no change proposed to the existing structure. We're just getting it out of the water. The proposed elevations are based on current and projected FEMA flood elevations, and you'll see the projected storm surge from Milton, as well as some historical data there. And then that this circle drive that we would propose, we think is the only option for safe egress and ingress from what is now a high injury corridor on Bayshore Boulevard. And we are very thankful to the city and to the ARC staff that this design has been developed through numerous meetings. We learned a lot through this whole process to try to be sensitive, to try to do this in a way that makes sure that the historic integrity of the home is preserved, and that everything that's new simply serves as a footing for that.
We can revisit the site plan and as we discussed, but we'll move on since we've already seen this.
So, on the subject of elevation, on the right-hand side, this is a still from October 8th of 2024. This is Hurricane Milton projected storm forecast. And it says 10 to 15 feet there in Tampa Bay. There are more granular maps, but, we were expected to get 15 feet of storm surge. You can see the existing height on the right-hand side. Our first floor would have been completely underwater. This height is lower than the waves that actually impacted our house in Helene, so that storm surge really doesn't take into account the maximum height of a wave and the power unobstructed coming straight off of Hillsborough Bay there. But with the proposed elevation, you see on the left, it's still a close call, but we are, hopefully in that scenario, structurally sound to preserve the home.
And we also would like to mention that 1848, I think they called it the Great Gale. That was a 15-foot surge, storm surge. There is data behind that. And then there was another one in 1921 that was an 11-foot storm surge. So
11 foot of inundation, not even counting the storm surge.
So Helene is not unprecedented. There is precedent, and that 100 years has gone by. So.
Elevation, I think, will be an important topic of discussion here, and currently on the bottom here, it doesn't read out too well, but that house is listed in an AE zone. The front corner of the property is a velocity zone, a VE. And FEMA currently lists it at an elevation of 13 feet above BFE. However, as we've seen recently on Davis Island, these maps are being constantly revised. Just last month, FEMA revised the map for Davis Island. And when the next FEMA cycle next year is anticipated to raise these heights. We've sought guidance from both state and national experts in terms of elevation to try to give us guidance in terms of what is the appropriate height, but still trying to balance that with making sure that we're in line with our neighbors and making sure that visually we're not disruptive the roof lines, and also not violating code. We're not asking for a variance in terms of height. We're keeping it within the code for height and guided by the visual line of the other homes. Our house, the house next door on the north side, 823, Roger and Joan King, also a contributing structure, also are engaged with the same lift team that we're using to raise their house. So you'll end up having 4 houses all continuous that all have been elevated to essentially the same height.
Before we leave this slide, the picture on the left does illustrate how the water of the mouth of the bay, it pretty much goes to our corner. That's right before the bridges, and we certainly do see more standing water than our neighbors and more wind action than our neighbors.
So these are, unfortunately, we don't have the pictures of the acute devastation. We have some video, but not of the worst of it. But this area along the bottom left-hand side, all of that wood has been propped back up into place. That was all opened by the waves. And you could see the wave height on the middle picture there, that blue arrow. When I stand up, that window comes right about to my head. So we're talking about almost 7+ feet above the ground level, where these waves were splashing, and this was not the worst of the predicted 2 storms. You can see the devastation on the front, and I'll move away from the presentation for just 1 second because that devastation is still on the inside. And the reason why this is a time-critical request, and the reason why we're not in this home is because we've gotten guidance from all the restoration teams, because it's a balloon floor, and this is your area's expertise, not mine. But apparently the balloon floor and the lift create a situation where if you do the rehabilitation first and then you lift, you jeopardize, destroying all the work you've done and having to go back and redo all of it. And so the inside still looks like this today. I mean, there's still chaos and destruction, and it's not a home. It's not a safe place to bring the kids home. That's why we view this project with this sense of urgency. Why we've tried to simplify our design, creating a balance between what's achievable, what will help us get the lift done, and so this damage you're seeing on the outside, is replicated on the inside. All this being said to substantiate the elevation requested. So this is early on in the night, and I apologize if it doesn't display well, but you can see these, waves that are colliding with that corner of the house. This front porch ends up being completely underwater. This is early, 9:40. It was 3 hours late or 4 hours later that we saw high tide that night. So there's no land in between us and Bayshore. It's hard to see in the distance, but the balustrades are completely underwater, or will be soon that night. And these waves just over and over and over again impacting the building is what caused the breach in the wall, not water coming up. So in trying to find that right height, we certainly benefited from the guidance of city staff to try to create a visual that is harmonious with the neighbors. That dash line was measured by us at 44 feet, but our proposed height within code, no variance requested there. The proposed height, aligns with the neighbor's roof lines at 821, 825 and a half, and once lifted, the requested height of 823. Their intention, of course, is to lift as well. We're not increasing the footprint of the house. The house itself remains the same. We're just trying to get it out of the way of the stormwaters. So looking at those elevations side by side, you can see on the top the existing elevation, on the bottom it would be the new elevation. And although it doesn't display well here, our goal is to create an entryway to the porch that's of course accessible, but it is muted and tries to blend in with the landscaping and the planting around it. So again, the visual is on the house. The original house. There's a horizontal band that sort of delineates and breaks with what's old and new, again, in that notion of trying to identify and preserve, what is old. And the fireplace on the right has the existing brick, and it will retain that with a treatment below as guided by our interactions with the staff, the ARC staff. There's a zoom here of the proposed elevations that you can see, and we can always circle back to this as needed. But just to point out that this is somewhere right in here, right at the bottom of structural framing, is the proposed storm surge from Milton. And our engineering team can speak in much greater length than I can, but to the importance of getting that structural framing out of the water. But I think that speaks for itself. These are photos on the left, and then proposed renderings on the front. Again, we have to access the porch via a new route. A linear walkway that comes straight out was not feasible with the dimensions of the property, nor did we think it was visually acceptable.
Yeah, it highlights.
And so we have the stairs coming to the sides here. Again, no change to the existing structure. It's landscaped, all around to help minimize that visual impact. And then the same is true of the retaining wall to help minimize the impact of the elevation. These are lessons that we learned by citing the Secretary of Interior standards. I think those are listed on subsequent pages. We're retaining the historic ribbon drive along the driveway, and any future improvements would be subject to revisiting here. The south side elevation you can see above, and the new storm vents below, breakaway walls along the ground floor, again to allow for privacy for our neighbors, privacy for ourselves. The use of louvers here, also a point suggested by the Secretary of Interior Design Standards. You can see a new porch along the back where we currently exit along the west side here, and you'll see that in more detail later. You can see the front steps here. So the access to the property is really the only new addition here. The house itself, the structure, the design, everything is untouched. It's just getting out of the way of the water. You've seen some of these photos before. This gives you a better picture actually of that variance structure here and the side yard here, and then a rendering of that same area here, sort of planted to mask the height. And a lot of this is shielded from view because the traffic is going the other way along that section. It's headed southbound. But to cite some of those interior standards for rehabilitation, we've tried to create an illusion of solidity in these structures so that it's not some cavernous ground floor. We've tried to minimize the perceived change in height by using these sort of terraced stairs and planters. And then we've tried to create a stairs in a fashion that visually does not interrupt the appreciation of the house. Back elevations, you can see on the top, the existing, again, the bottom, the proposed. There are stairs that come out and down. The backyard is currently planted. Our intention is, to the best extent possible, to try to leave that sort of lush to provide further tree canopy. Here's side-by-side photos of the same.
Other than the fact that, you can see our back porch, and that's our second ingress, egress to the backyard, and that's where we lifted for the platform for the stairs.
I'm going to move on here. Side-by-side elevations on the north. This is the side that faces 823, the house that will also, their intention is to lift. You can see that this side door no longer becomes usable because it's up in the air, and so it has undergone a design change, but the remainder of the house stays the same. Same story as the south side, flood vents, louvered, enclosures for privacy. This back portion here, on the west side, is by nature of the setback of the house is not really visible from the front yard. It's almost like backyard space, and so we left it open to be able to allow the kids to pull bikes in and out and to utilize the space and to come and go. You can see photos of the same here, and then the rendering along the side. We preserve that ribbon drive all the way through to its current area. On the front, we've proposed a retaining wall that is intended to match the style and the height of other retaining walls up and down Bayshore Boulevard. There's 3 pictured here, but there's numerous examples on our block and subsequent blocks. It ties in with the stucco that's on the steps and on the front of the porch, again, it was introduced because of that Secretary of Interior Standards suggestion. So we've talked to date about, or thus far, about elevation. The take-home message is we want to preserve the house. We don't want to touch the house. We just want to get it out of the stormwater. We've tried to do so in a way that's sensitive, that visually masks that change in elevation, that is sensitive to our neighbor's height. We're not asking for a variance in terms of height. We are trying to get out of the water. We're going to shift gears a little bit and start talking about a circular drive. So the next topic is this circular drive in front. And this is actually a video that's a few years old. This is from the middle of the afternoon, not a high traffic time, not rush hour. This is a City of Tampa vehicle, and our neighbors are mowing the grass. And you can see it's a blind corner here. It's not, imagine being in the driver's seat. We've got a good perspective. The poor driver does not. But trying to get in and out onto Bayshore as a front in, back in, is a very dangerous proposition, even for the best drivers, which I'm certainly not. So we proposed a circular drive here with the intention that the north side drive, where that ribbon is, will be used to store vehicles, tuck them, up the property out of the way, which is how we currently use it, and that the circular drive here would be for the grandparents, the drop-offs, the deliveries, et cetera, so that we're not constantly backing in and out of Bayshore, we're not creating a hazardous situation for other drivers, but also not encountering a hazardous situation for ourselves. We've been very fortunate to work with this, the team from the city, and have gotten great guidance in terms of appropriateness, and this is but many iterations of the design to get here today.
I would just add that many of our neighbors do have circle drives. No one parks their car, leaves their car, overnight in the circle drive, or, really for more than whatever it takes to unload the groceries. And we certainly have no plans to do that either. We love, the grandeur of the homes. Ours doesn't look very grand right now, but we know that that should be the focal point, and we would not use that circle drive as a parking lot, for sure.
I appeared in this chamber 7 years ago when Jessica and Lilia were killed on Bayshore Boulevard, miles from our house. And it really struck me at the time. Of course, we have young kids that ride their bikes on Bayshore. It could have been our family. And I think that it's, apropos that we're here in this chamber again. It's been the site of numerous high-profile deaths, and which is, tragic. We wanted to highlight that. Of course, everyone here knows that better than I even. But this is our rationale for creating a different drive. We are afraid that our kids or ourselves are going to get hurt coming in and out of Bayshore on that blind corner. I think there was one of the pictures that Ron showed earlier where you can see it's a curve, and it's hard to see oncoming traffic. This is, just to highlight the number. This is 1 week on the right, 1 week of vehicular, traffic incidents in the city of Tampa. And on the left, these are traffic stops by outcome. And you can see Bayshore looks like a major commercial street. It's actually second only to Hillsborough Avenue on a commercial corridor in terms of tickets per mile for the city of Tampa. So it's a high injury corridor, it's a dangerous street. We need a way to get in and off of this street without endangering ourselves or our kids, and we feel that a circle drive is the best way to do it. It is like the retaining wall, something that is present on many of our neighbors' driveways. Here are 4 examples, and something that we think is appropriate.
I would also note, we have a later slide, but Ron also already showed the photo in his introduction. There is no ingress or egress on O'Brien Street. The contributing accessory structure right now does not have, it has a face to it, and it doesn't allow for ingress or egress through that garage. There's no ingress or egress around that garage. There's plantings and pool and things like that. So our only option right now is the ribbon driveway.
So we've talked about elevating the house. We've talked about this circular drive. The take-home message here is safety. We're trying to make it a safe place to access. We're trying to make it safe from future climate events. We want to bring our kids home to it. We can't get them home until we can do the lift, because all the renovations are contingent upon the lift. Some of the materials used in that back porch are listed here. The horizontal band, which delineates new from old. The louvers, the flood vents, all listed here for your information.
And we have our whole team here. JAS is here, and if you have any questions when that time is appropriate, I know they can go into greater detail than we can when it comes to the details.
I'll leave this section of the supporting elements as available for them to answer questions, because certainly they would be more useful to you than I. We did talk about drainage earlier, and here's a drainage plan with arrows towards the street to try to improve this, the drainage along this side. The same is true on this side. So we have tried to be considerate of of drainage and the neighbors in designing this concept. And again, no change to our existing footprint. Ground floor plan, this lists the support. Again, I'll leave this here for our team to answer any questions if need be. Second floor plan, the house itself, identical to the current house. Ingress and egress, the only things that change here. Existing floor, framing plan, all original. Foundation plan, again, for reference. New second floor framing plan really just has to do with the access and further sections and details. Some stair details for the front as well as for the back to access. I know you got a lot to get through, so these last 6 minutes will yield back.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Ron Vila, I'm staff for Historic Preservation. I think this would be a good time. I'm going to introduce Dave Jennings. He's the flood plan manager for the city of Tampa, and he could address these issues while they're current in your mind. He'll be here to answer any questions. Then after he finishes, I'll go into my staff report.
Don't walk away. All right, so do we have an issue with noticing on this one?
What they presented this evening is consistent with the noticing. They noticed site improvements. There's the circular drive, the retaining wall. They advertised for the variance, which you've already saw, and then the elevating of the house. So they are on point with what is noticing, and I have legal here to back me up if that's.
So I guess my question though is, cladding of the house, I guess what I want to know is what don't we want to talk about? What
Well,
hasn't
the
been-
renderings that they showed this evening are consistent with phase two. They're gonna come forward in the next available month to show that they believe that the house was cladded in stucco. Currently, right now, I went out to the site, I don't know, 4 or 5 different times. We peeled away some of the aluminum siding. All under that siding currently is plywood that we found. They have letters from a prior owner that's stating that the house was stucco when they lived there many, many years ago, but that's not gonna be discussed tonight. Look at the drawings that reflect as it is today and what they're showing when it's elevated. So the drawings are
all the
consistent.
materials on the stairs up, but essentially from that new finished floor up, we're not dealing with.
From the front stairs, they have to elevate that. There's currently no balustrade around it because it's not 30 inches from grade. So as they raise it, they're gonna have to put a balustrade there. At this point, we're not talking about phase two, but at this point, I'd like for the front elevation to be consistent with the materials that are on the structure now. The back has some flexibility. You see a railing there, and I believe that could be discussed as part of the elevating it, that they're gonna have to put some kind of wall there, balustrade there. If you wanna delegate that to staff, I don't have a problem, but I think we'll get another bite at that apple on phase two.
Okay.
Okay?
Good evening, Board. Dave Jennings, Assistant Building Official and Floodplain Administrator for the city. We've looked at this and some confusions on new maps that may be possible. Those have not been coming in, so please don't take that into your consideration as far as elevations. That's another 2 years away at best. Their current property lies within 3 different zones. One is the velocity zone, which clips the front part of the property. Then the majority of the property is in a coastal A, which we handle or treat as a velocity zone, just at a lower level. And then the back portion of the house, or the back portion of the property in the back, is just a simple AE zone. So the 3 of them, it will have to be designed as a coastal A, which means the velocity zone standards, breakaway walls, finished floor elevation is not determined for us. It's based upon the lowest horizontal structural member. So when they lift the house, whatever structural members they create to set the house back down on, that will have to meet the elevation of the design flood elevation, which will be 13. Or they could go higher, their choice. But the stair wall up front, that will have to be breakaway. Any stairs that face Bayshore will have to be open tread, so you have flow through underneath it. Anything they want to design or put underneath the structure, once it's elevated, cannot have fill underneath it. If they plan on putting any slabs or anything on that, 4-inch max slab on grade, which will be determined by the perimeter of the existing house when they turn in their plans. But this is a velocity zone. People for years never anticipated the kind of damage we had during Helene and Milton. I think everybody understands now that when they're told to evacuate or their structure's in danger, that it's real. So I'm here if you've got any questions about that. We don't have a complete design, as Ron had said, but there will be some issues on how they leveled the structure off, where they put the beams, and then the breakaway walls, how they're constructed also.
So have you looked at the drawings that have been presented to us tonight?
I've looked at ones that were earlier that actually had a ground floor in them originally. I haven't seen the ones that they were presenting, but it would still follow the same requirements of breakaway walls. Any slab or any concrete that's on the ground floor underneath the structure will have to be frangible, meaning it will break away once a storm comes in. The wall that's out front they want to do as retaining wall will have to be a breakaway wall, so that when waves crash it, it knocks the wall down and only leaves the columns. That way it doesn't deflect any wave action to other properties that may increase the wave flow that ends up damaging other properties.
Okay, thank you.
In your opinion, Dave, can I ask a question? Dave? In your opinion, Dave, do the breakaway walls create additional debris issues for adjacent properties?
The idea is that it lessens the debris that is going through because they're in smaller pieces. Concrete block, 4 foot by 4 foot concrete slab, those are meant to be lessened versus an actual large structure that's coming down and gets floated away. We had some pilings from docks on Davis Island that floated through the streets. So it is meant to lessen the damage for surrounding properties and the existing structure so that it can meet the flood loads that are going to be put on the piers.
Thank you.
I have a question. The wall that is in front of the stairway, the new stair accessing the lifted existing house, is that a breakaway as well?
That will have to be a breakaway wall also.
And
They can still have pylons or piers to support pieces of it, but the majority of the wall will have to break away below the design flood elevation.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No,
Thank
I
you.
don't believe so. Great,
Thank you,
thank
Dave.
you. All right, is there anybody from the public that's, oh, sorry.
So continuing with the dialogue and reviewing the presentation that was given this evening. Once again, we have multiple letters of support, and they go to the certificate of appropriateness as well. Staff feels that this application is consistent with the Hyde Park Design Guidelines and the Secretary of Interior Standards. We use the flood adaptation for rehabilitation historic building standards. We looked at the plans on July 16th, 2025. I put a lot of information on your staff report as well, and I'm going to go through that briefly, but I'm going to kind of summarize instead of going through it all. Some of the important features that, in going through the Secretary of Interior standards, is I'm treating this as an addition to the structure. We usually do additions to the back or to the side. This is a rear addition. A lower addition, a first floor addition. It has to be delineated with some kind of horizontal band, as I'll show you in the illustrations that I use to make this judgment moving forward. One of the key landmarks is, if all possible, is to keep the central entrance at bay. So we try not to move that where it's at on the porch. It's very important. As the stairs come down and come out or to the side, that's acceptable in some of the illustrations I'll show you. But the main thing is to keep the door, to raise it up to the minimum level to get it out of harm's way moving forward. And the foundation should complement the foundation at the house. When I went through my photo presentation, I showed the stucco base there on purpose, and I called it out because they're using stucco below it. This is twofold because as they come forward for phase 2, they're going to have that banding below the design flood elevation, the banding, and then the stucco below it. They're going to have stucco above it if that's where it goes with it. But that band is going to show the location of the house meeting grade and the historic part of the home, and then the new part of the home moving forward. I'm going to go into the Secretary of Interior Standards. I'm going to use the dock camera, and this is the document that we used, that I spent a lot of time along with my colleagues here moving forward. On page 74, talks about elevating a house. There's many pictures that go along with it. I think this was an important, and why they bolded it on page 76, is establishing a universal standard or measurement on how high any given building can be elevated is not possible. This is on a case-by-case situation. So we struggled with it. We have many other ones coming forward. You have to look at what's site-specific, what that house is telling you, how much it needs to be elevated to get out of harm's way. You're going to see some in the future that are going to be raised up 4 or 5 steps, not 10 steps or 12 steps. It depends the location and the elevation from grade now and the floodplain that they're in. Here it talks about the size of the structure, the width of the structures, and basically how high it needs to get out of that surge for the water. So as it's lower, it's not so challenging. When it needs to be elevated higher, there's some challenges there. And there's some opportunity maybe to park underneath or whatever that's not visible from the right-of-way that does not negatively impact the structure. Here's an example, the gentleman, saying where the water came in, just as the homeowners illustrated here, how he needs to get out of harm's way. This is an image I wanted to share with you, because here, as Mr. Jennings was talking about, you have your structural components that come down. This is all open. In the City of Tampa's review, that it can be open, but we want it to be cladded that's visible from Bay Shore or the primary streets, and as you get to the back, if it's gonna be open, so they could entertain, if they have a pool area, that might be acceptable. But in between these structural columns, they'll have to put those breakaway walls, as he indicated. This is not to do. So they elevated it, but they created a whole new facade that doesn't show what was historic and what's new. So that would be something that we don't follow. This here is an illustration of the house prior to it being elevated. And then here, you elongate the columns is one avenue to go, not the only one, but one to go. And then the foundation enclosure that was here, or was lattice, that you just make a little more proud and visible. The central entrance is respected, and then the stairs come straight out. This is an example here that they didn't have the room for the stairs that continue to come out because of the parking in the front, so it is acceptable to bring them out and over in certain situations. And then lastly, this is a more modest request. You see everything here. This is the best example. It was raised up, but slightly. They kept the stairs here. They put a landing. They came up, put a landing so it doesn't have to come so far out towards the street. There's different tools that you could use. And I just think in your mind, as we review these, keep an open dialogue to see exactly what would be best scenario for each individual case. Going back to the staff report, on the circular drive, transportation looked at this many times. The original request is that they have the ribbon drive on the north side of the property. When they first came in, they had a separate apron with a drive on the south side of the property, and they were going to engage a garage on that south side. There was some language in the transportation code that was not possible. They could not have 2 aprons on the width of the lot that they have there now. They kind of went back to the circular drive as they saw in the immediate vicinity. Mr. Marsh with transportation looked at this. They have the width, they have the dimension in between the 2 aprons, and the apron diameter, or dimension is appropriate. He reviewed this and he gave it a thumbs up. As indicated on the plan today, moving forward, it meets transportation standards. I have some other bullet items here with the staff report. I wanted them to show the height as they raised it up, the consistency, that's one thing. I believe that the height out of the floodplain is going to dictate how high it is, but it gives you a sense of compatibility with the other structures in the immediate vicinity, i.e. the abutting neighbors. I think there should be some discussion on the breakaway walls. On their drawings, they show some breakaway walls, then it goes to louvers, and then it goes to open. So for consistency or quality of life, that discussion could take place and move forward to, some kind of resolution, hopefully. I'm just reading through these bullet items real quick. I think they hit a lot of them. I know their design team is here. And at this time, I'm going to give it back to you guys and the owners to see how this is moving forward, and I'll be here to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Ron.
Yes.
Okay, anybody in the public here to speak for or against this project? Okay, not seeing anyone. We will start with questions from the commissioners, starting on my left.
I have a basic question of the chair. So what exactly are we reviewing today? What's our purview for today?
Well, the summary that I received is where site plan changes and up to the elevation that it's going up to. So the steps going up to the house, let's call it that stucco band, and the railings, but nothing on the structure, on the existing structure that they're gonna change.
And that's to follow?
That's evidently gonna be a separate application.
Not tonight.
Not tonight, okay.
So,
Right.
the balustrade on the front porch is not, we're not looking at that tonight.
No, that was considered part of the elevation, because it's necessary for the elevation. That's my understanding.
Ron may want to clarify, but Dana Crosby from the legal department, they have noticed for the variance, which y'all already approved, so that's done. And now we are looking at the modification of the property, which is the elevation of the structure. So we're looking at all of that, the elevation of the structure, the louvers and all. And then the site improvements, that includes the circular drive. The applicant is not proposing tonight any changes to the house. They're gonna come back with any requests regarding the actual house. The house is gonna stay the same. It's just being elevated.
If it's required for the elevation, i.e. handrails, then that's part of
Yes,
today.
sir, that's you today.
Okay.
Yep, I don't know, Ron, do you wanna add anything? Okay.
Okay. I would like to see the elevations again.
Do you think it's easier to do it on here? Is there a side that you would like to see north, south?
The front, yeah.
Here we go. Yes. That's not the line drawing, though.
So existing and proposed.
Okay. And could we look at your renderings as well of the front?
All right, let's go back to that.
The perspective?
I don't know where that sheet is.
Can we do the renderings of the front?
I'm sorry for the confusion. This is not the right one to look at. This is the right one to look at.
So there's the side-by-side elevations, and then you want the renderings of the front.
We're gonna get there.
It's all right.
This is the side. So it might be on the other side of it, so yes. Okay. So there's renderings.
Okay, if you could possibly zoom in on the one that is on the bottom right. I think that's going to give us the best view.
Yeah, okay, I would like to clarify. This rendering was before we decided to bifurcate the process. So the line drawings do show the porch with, consistent with the original structure, which is why we had put the line drawings on first. This porch was a proposed rendering from JAS for a balustrade that meets code and some columns, more traditional columns. But
For which there's historic support in Berger Brothers photos, but all the subject for phase two, we wanted to focus on what was noticed. This is information that came to us only in the last week or so about, but sort of bifurcating the project to try to focus on what's achievable. So we've scaled back the request to try to make it synonymous with only what's been noticed. And that's the Circle Drive, the lift. It is shown with a railing because, as you well said, it's going to be higher up. You have to meet code and not fall off. But there's some discrepancy between this particular depiction that doesn't well show the existing aluminum siding and the railing, the low concrete railing.
Okay, understood. What I'm looking at is trying to get a little bit more information on is from the floor of the porch down,
Okay, great.
essentially.
This is a good
Okay?
visual for that.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. And in fact, if you can zoom in just a little bit more on that. Okay. All right. Really, that's what I wanted to see, just about how much detail is showing up on this. Thank you. That's all.
Hi, thanks for the presentation, appreciate it. Can you go back to the site plan, the existing site plan? I'm interested in what's happening in the back of the parcel. So you have an ADU. Nothing's changing about the ADU.
Nothing's changing right there.
The ADU is accessed off of O'Brien?
No.
You can't access it off of O'Brien.
There's a rusted hole from O'Brien, but the actual access is the front of the garage.
I have
Do you
pictures.
have access out to O'Brien at all
Not
from your
through this-
backyard?
Not through
You're
this structure,
fenced?
no. There's a fence that we take the trash out, yes.
So you just have a door?
This
Do you have a bit?
is-
Yeah, you can see right here, this fence.
Yeah, let me zoom out. I need to familiarize myself here. So you have.
So this is the rear of that structure.
Okay,
This is that fence. You can see there's a tree right
Okay.
in the middle.
are we considering, is this part of tonight in
No.
terms of
No.
fencing? Okay, future.
I mean, if we could do the whole property all at once, that would be.
No, understood.
Spectacular.
I just was
But we all
mindful,
have
so
limitations.
No,
we're,
thank you. Yeah, it's something we want
to the
to
point, I think some of us are, maybe to Ron, a certificate of appropriateness is not approving this chain link fence. Okay. And the ADU is staying as is? No improvements are being made to it?
Correct.
Correct for now.
Okay.
Let me add something, hopefully it helps out. When they came forward, their main goal was to get the house up out of harm's way. So it kind of elevated from there, then we took a step back. That's why this is phase one, they're gonna come for phase two. I know it's a little confusing, but try to stay focused. They're raising the house up
Understood.
to meet, the floodplain through the city of Tampa. They're doing the circular drive, they have a retaining wall in the front, and that's the focus of tonight. The chain link, the
Understood.
the ADU, all of that stuff is not on the table this evening.
Sure.
Just to be clear.
Yes.
because It's presented to us that we're reviewing site, but we're not really reviewing the site. We're reviewing certain elements of the site.
The
Because
site?
your rendering shows the pool that looks different than what's there today, but we're not looking at that. So
No.
it's really the wall up front
Yes,
and the circular drive.
Correct.
Is there anything else on the site that we're supposed to be looking at?
no.
Just
wait.
the new ground floor.
Not the house, we understand that.
No, nothing else.
Okay.
Yes, circle drive retaining wall.
Circle drive
And then the
retaining wall.
approaches to the house, the front and rear
I
stairs.
understand that.
But that's,
Attached
I
to the
think
house,
that's it.
got that.
Okay,
Because-
and thank you for clarifying. That's why I was pushing a little bit on whether this was in consideration or not. And I also was asking, though, relative to the Circle Drive. So you've expressed that you cannot access this garage or out the back, which you can't today, but did you explore that as a way to have a throughway in lieu of having a circle drive?
We did, and it became a decision between, do we want more impervious space? Do we want to take away spot for the soccer field and the kids to play and pave in between, here and there, and then have more impervious space to be able to get a car through, where we would have to take down 3 trees that provide shade canopy to do it, and, lose the square footage of this contributing structure, which is, larger currently than would be otherwise allowed. And we thought that no, it's already a pretty tight turn to get out of, onto O'Brien. We don't currently do that, but it didn't seem feasible to us, in that trade-off between, permeable space and impermeable space, the use for recreational use for the kids.
So you're adding the impervious to the front?
Yeah, it's gotta be done somewhere, but already there's the sidewalk there.
Last question on this. Did you explore, relative to, it looks like what they might have done at 907 was use the space under the home, or create space for a turnaround under once you're elevated?
We did. As I've said, we've been very fortunate in terms of getting guidance and back and forth with Ron and the city here, and that was one of the initial options that we explored. And for various reasons, I think city ordinances, design standards, the way it looked, the guidance we got was don't pursue the turnaround under the house. That was actually the very first design that was proposed. But this has been an iterative process.
We also did an auto-tunnel analysis on both sides, and both sides are very tight.
And it would have impacted our setback for Mike too, if we had put the driveway along that side, something that he didn't want, so we wanted to be sensitive to that.
Well, I
too.
wasn't suggesting a full throughway, more of a turnaround, and to reposition your car so you're facing outward. Thank you.
Also, the spacing of the piers is very specific, and so maneuvering, especially a larger car like we drive with 4 kids, would be very difficult.
Marissa, thanks.
Thank you.
Do you have any details showing the front wall height, width, cap? Can you show me those?
Yes. Those are the section details, and
The front wall of the retaining wall, or
Yes,
of this?
the retaining wall.
The retaining wall.
we have it all. It's just a matter of finding it. Maybe this might be a good time for JAS to come up. Let's see here.
That's your stair footing, interior pilaster, exterior
I'm
pilaster.
gonna put this down for right now,
Okay.
and then, where's he? Let's see here.
Steel beam pilaster. Yeah, I'm not sure if the PC is now displaying or not.
Yeah.
You good?
They'll pull it up.
And I apologize, yeah, we're gonna find it in paper here, but you can see here at the bottom, retaining wall section.
Yeah, I can
here
see
in
that.
the middle.
Can you zoom into that for us, please?
Yeah. Apologize for the lack of high fidelity there.
I'm gonna find it on the bigger one in 1 second.
Does that say 3'7" as the height overall?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay. Do you have any details on your steps? Currently, they come down, split to the left and the right, and then they split back towards the back. You're gonna have to have railings of some sort on those lower steps and the landing. Do you have details for that also?
There's a wall.
It's a wall?
Yes.
Yeah, concrete wall.
Yes.
All the way down?
Yes.
all the way down,
And they're all
and it's a
breakaway
turn.
walls.
Yeah.
Okay,
Is my
all right.
understanding.
And then it's up planted in front, with the
To
goal that it
cover
would
that
be,
up, okay. What,
vegetation.
the existing finished floor elevation, what is your existing finished floor elevation?
7.25 above sea level.
7.21.
And you're having to go, and I'm assuming your design guys are gonna have to answer this question, but what's the height of the bottom structural member?
16.
16 is there a reason you went to 16?
That's NAVD, yeah, so I apologize, it might be discrepant from above sea level.
Could you come
I'm
up,
sorry,
please?
yeah.
No.
This is a retaining wall section, so we have located that, and then I'll let them talk
And
about.
then real quick.
And
have
it
you
is
been
3.7.
sworn, sir?
Have you been sworn in?
Oh, yes, Jeff with JAS.
Perfect.
So Jeff, how thick are the structural members that you're gonna be putting the new home on?
Let's look. I believe this one we're using 10-inch steel I-beams. Can I see the rails on it? 10? Yeah, so 10-inch.
So you have 10-inch, and then you have floor joists on top, there existing floor joists on top of
Existing
that?
floor joists on top, correct.
Okay, and how tall are those floor joists?
They're, I don't know, is
2
that
by
8 inch? I'm not sure. Do we have the plan on that?
So, Patrick Payne of Payne Building Movers and JAS Builders.
Uh-huh.
It's a, oh,
Should
sorry.
all be notated.
No, sorry.
Okay, we need to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Existing shows 2 by 10.
2 by 10.
True 2 by 10.
Okay. Is there a reason that we went so high in raising the house to 17? Because we have a 13-foot VE.
Yeah, the experience of being in there with the kids and watching those waves destroy the wall, that was not 13 feet of water. That was much, much higher than 13 feet of water. And so if we're gonna go through the cost, if we're gonna preserve the home, it's gonna be for something that's impervious to future storms, not to some historic standard. And yet, in keeping with the visual of the adjacent houses and not exceeding code. So we thought we struck a good balance here, again, as guided by the input received from the city, of being synonymous with the visual line of our neighbors, not exceeding code height, but still getting out of the way of storm waters for what could come, not for what's nominally listed. You know, living through it and living through the velocity of those waves is really the big motivator here to say we want to bring our kids back to a safe house. We don't want to put them through this ever again. If we're going to do that, we want to respect the visual and the height. We don't want to exceed code, but we want to get as much breathing room as we safely can. That's still, you know, visually acceptable. And so we thought we struck the balance here.
Okay.
The FEMA standards are 2021, and they are set to revise them in 2026.
And if I could add to that too, we're raising probably about a little over 100 homes right now around Tampa Bay, and I'd say easily 90% of them are going well above FEMA standards because they believe the flood maps are going to change. So why spend $500,000 on the house lift if it's just going to be out of compliance again in a year or two?
I understand. The issue that I have is the amount of massing that's in this home on the sides of just solid stucco, and it's huge.
It is.
So that's my concern. So that's it. That's all I
Mr.
have.
Jones?
Yes.
We do plan to landscape our renderings show that. I mean, from the street, you will not see solid stucco. You will see living walls. You're gonna see a 2-foot louver. That's functional and aesthetic. Aesthetic to go with the Secretary of Interior's guidelines, but also functional for ventilation, sunlight. So visually, you will not see however many feet of stucco.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to see the, I think it's probably the north elevation, shows it best. And it could, also if you want to show me that the rendering of the northeast corner
Yes.
might be good.
This is the north elevation as it exists, and then this is the north elevation as proposed. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the final statement.
Oh, and if you have the rendering as well, which I think is the northeast corner.
I have them. Let's see here. Here we go.
So here's the elevations. Can I switch to the rendering?
Yeah.
And so here's the rendering there.
And I just want to raise a point for discussion with my fellow commission members. There's this weird cloud lift detail that has been introduced, like this sort of arch, the low arch, that seems to me to be out of character with the rest of the house. It does add some interest, but I am unsure about it, and I would just like to is that, now back to the engineers, is there any structural reason for that detail across the top?
No, I mean, flat's much easier and cheaper.
Okay.
So, no, the clients definitely want that.
And the step down at the columns, is that?
The step down, the
The
columns,
relief.
Yeah,
That-
the relief is sort of in keeping with part two, or we would love to come back and see again to discuss. You know, there's a picture from Burgett Brothers that depicts that front column as having, along the east side that faces Bayshore as having that rectangular relief. So that's that element we tried to carry over to the columns along the back, because that was our hope to then
Okay, so we're looking
return
at
to
it-
that in the
we're-
future.
Yeah, we're looking at a future thing, so.
Yeah.
And the low arch, was that part of what was on that Burgert Brothers photo as well, or was it just the step out
The
from
the
the column?
the aesthetic was a little bit in not being an expert in this field at all, of the flat was a little brutal when we first saw it, and so it was a discussion about what's
Mhm.
going to be sort of the softest
Okay.
approach here.
The
Thank you.
the new Burns, I don't know what it is. It's on Howard. I think, or it's near Burns, and they have louvers and similar arches that we kind of look to as inspiration as well.
Yeah, I think if you saw some of Ron's photos that he showed earlier, I mean, some of those houses are from Louisiana. It's just up on sticks, flat. It has no character to it. Most people are trying to avoid that, if you can afford to kind of do some aesthetics to it.
Mhm.
But that, I think, would not look good in this environment at all.
Well, I only raise that as a point for discussion. This is perhaps one of the most modest houses on Bayshore in terms of its decoration.
Mhm.
And so I was just questioning the fact that you've added this big decorative element at the base. Otherwise, I have no, and we're going to talk about the railings. I think, no, we're talking about the railings now, right? Okay, so the material in the railings is also something that we don't usually see, that we would also like to, discuss a little bit, because we don't usually put aluminum railings on contributing structures. It's usually out of wood. So I think we will probably discuss that.
May I ask, Mr. Myers, is there any flexibility with the back porch versus the front porch for materials?
I think that's a topic for discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, so the choice of material, I guess what I'm having trouble following, we can make the aluminum look just like the same, as the wooden stairs, right? The same thing. We fabricate railings constantly, right? It's part of our business. What is the difference between material choices?
Well, I'm going to interrupt here.
Sure.
It is part of the Secretary of Interior standards about adding on to a contributing structure, but this is really not a discussion time right now. This is really a question and answer. So we're going to keep asking questions, and then we'll.
Okay, sure.
No more questions.
So I have two simple questions. So of the height, you had a picture of each of the homes and the max height of your neighbor. So can you point where are you going to be? in
Perspective is, I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't
if
mean
I
to.
look at it straight
Yes.
on.
The perspective in the photo, it is what you see from Bayshore. It's a little askew. We would actually be still beneath 821. They requested a variance, and we would still be beneath Mr. Sork's house at 825 and a half, is our understanding.
Would you be even with the 825 and a half at the top?
My understanding is that we go to 39.
I think you're above me.
You think they're above,
Because
yeah.
if you're, I don't know what your existing house is, but if you're 17, if you're saying you're
So
gonna raise it 17.
we're going to 39.6.
39.6 is the height.
Yeah. I think
No,
we're pretty close.
Again, I don't know the exact height, but I think
Yeah.
you'd be above.
Well, we're not raising 17. I think the nominal raise is like, what, 10, I think?
11.
Yeah.
The nominal
So the
raise
nominal
is
rate-
I
11.
thought I heard 17.
17 is the NAV D, so that's, we're all
Yeah.
above sea level.
That's kind of why, this is kind of why I asked the question, just to have clarity about what's the height that to a layperson that you're gonna see from the street, and maybe the engineer can give us, when you see it, it's gonna be at
Yeah, so
39?
39.6.
You've got your experts here.
Sure.
On the record, is it 39.6 or is it a different elevation?
39.6 above, that's not above sea level, that's above grade. So,
Above grade.
yeah.
So the question is that above the neighbor's house, 825?
No, the visual line was measured within the last week, standing at that position along Bay Shore, using one of the laser measurements, and that dotted line is drawn just with the visual. So and Mike, you may know your height better than I do, but my impression is that rear chimney that's
It's fine. I mean,
here
I guess that's fine. I
is
think
higher.
The issue that you might have is that the next is 827, which is on the other side of my house. And, what it's gonna look like between, the two of them. So that's my only.
So
Okay.
what it really
Reflect-
comes down to is, we don't have a clear answer because you don't know what the height is of your neighbor's house.
No, oh, yes, we don't know the height of our neighbor's house, correct.
right.
We know the height of our house, and we also know the delta between where we are now and where we want to be is 11 feet.
Okay.
Okay, so 11 feet is when it's being raised.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And then, are we seeking to approve today, the stairs come down and there's this wall in front of the stairs
Correct.
coming
Yes.
down? We're seeking to approve that wall,
That's right.
which is supposed to be a breakaway wall. I
Mhm.
understand that, okay. Did y'all investigate or look at any other designs other than that wall?
We did, accessing the property not through the main entrance was just not an option. As I think Ron clearly pointed out there, we looked at stairs that came straight out, and because of the height necessary to achieve it, it is a long run of stairs, and visually, all you see is stair and not home. The other option of accessing the porch from a different direction and then still having the front door as your main point of entry was also explored, but again, not feasible in terms of number of turn and still having a functional driveway. So yes, it's again been an iterative process. We've gone through many renditions here, but we thought that the stair that split was sort of the most understated, knowing that it's going to be landscaped and maybe visually protected a little bit, and that it didn't draw your eye to the actual change in height, which is something we're trying to visually mitigate with this particular stair.
And that's why you didn't have the stairs appear open, was thinking that it would mitigate that change of height between the two?
We didn't want the focal point to be a grand staircase.
And the setback too. I mean, because of that run, the stairs begin, right at the sidewalk.
Yeah,
because of
and it probably
the
runs
need
into
of-
your circular drive
the
at
need of
some
height.
point. Yeah. And then are we approving the railing in front, the design of the railing in front as well? This basket weave
Yes.
type of look?
Materials and design.
Okay. The only concern I have about the railing, I think that it's beautiful.
Let's keep it to a question.
Did you look at anything that looked more in line with how the house appears now with the cladding?
The current look of the porch is solid concrete, and the cladding is aluminum siding that is no longer manufactured. And so it's actually been a struggle to try to envision how we're going to get back to the way it was, because I can't put that aluminum siding back on because it's not even made anymore and it's all blown off in the storm. So yes, marrying those design elements has been very challenging. Our hope is that if we can gain approval, that we would then come back for phase 2, and then some of these questions about cladding and how the columns and the porch interact with the siding, we seek your guidance, of course, but I think they will be answered in more, I apologize, I can't answer them better. We have explored different options there, but because of the limitations of existing materials and what's on the house, we thought that this was, again, the best option we had at this juncture, subject to revisiting the actual design of the cladding of the house.
Okay.
I can speak a little bit more. I mean, we did consider a stucco wall. But again, then I think it becomes more wall. And we've just talked about how that's a lot of wall. And so we were trying to reduce the wall a little bit. Reduce the impact of that elevation. So that's why we went with something where,
More breathable.
yeah, more breathable. And then Chippendale is, it's part of the fabric of Hyde Park. There are other designs, certainly. But that's kind of where we landed and, you know, where our taste landed, but it is open for discussion, of course.
All right. I've a couple of questions. Did you consider hiring a historic preservation architect for some of this work, rather than just an engineer or structural engineer?
We did actually speak with a good friend who is an architect and who I believe has relationships with the Historic Preservation Society to get some, you know, back of the envelope guidance, so to speak. It's a big lift, to be honest, in terms of, you know, both the physical project and the finance side. So yes, we do, you know, as we approach that second phase, want that level of detail from, you know, someone with expertise in this field.
Yeah, because I think that would probably mitigate some of the questions we're having.
Our friend Sarah Tumbo, who is the president of the HPPI, the Hyde Park Preservation Institute Incorporation, she is also a historic architect, and she did look at our drawings, and we did ask for some, you know, some help, and she did guide some of these choices.
A question for the engineer. You mentioned that you're doing 100 house raisings right now, and I'm sure probably a lot of them over on Davis Island and probably over in the St. Pete coastal areas. And you say 90% or roughly 90% of them, quoting you, are you're going to above FEMA standards. Yes. I want to ask, how many of those are in a historic district?
How many we have? Two? Two that are in historic, yeah.
She's our third? The third one that just came over.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've got three here on South Boulevard and on Bay Shore alone, just for historic, but then St. Pete Beach, Pass-a-Grille, we just went to a hearing last week, and we're granted approval for.
Okay, so just a couple. And you've gone in front of commissions for those already?
Yep, we just did 2 weeks ago.
And that was the one in St. Pete?
That was for Pass-a-Grille.
Just Pass-a-Grille, okay.
Yep.
All right. I gotta ask a question. What's the point of having a retaining wall at the front of your property if it's also breakaway? What's the point of having a wall if it's just gonna break away when water hits it?
You know, not well depicted on these maps, but on the elevation is that there is some, we've tried to create some drainage so that it doesn't, again, flow all to the side. And that, my understanding is that grading is allowed along the front. So the retaining wall both helps with that, you know, retaining that change in elevation, so that every little bit of elevation change that we get, you know, that's not visually part of the structure, helps to soften.
That's in the dirt, that's in the land.
It's in the land, yep. So
that.
it's to help gain some of that elevation.
But the retaining wall has vents at the bottom of it, so it's not holding back any dirt. If it's got open vents at the bottom, it's not holding back any dirt at all. It's not acting as a retaining wall, correct?
I think visually is, but you're right, it's not retaining anything structural.
But it's breakaway, so it's just gonna disappear. It's not gonna stop waves. Did you investigate?
The purpose also was to kind of break up, you know, they talked about terrace levels and to kind of break up that visual as well.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. I guess my next question is, did you investigate or do any studies on building a front wall that may be retractable or on a sliding basis? I've done work in New Orleans where you have sliding walls for retaining walls to stop wave action in a flood zone. And these walls are retracting, and then they open back up for normal purposes. But when you have a hurricane warning, you pull back, these walls, and they create a flood and a wave barrier and a wave stopping issue. And you don't even have to raise the house that much if you've stopped it at the property line.
Yes,
did
sir.
you investigate that?
We did investigate some commercially available options, as well as some options that are not not yet forthcoming. I work at TGH, and so they've got the nice water wall there.
Exactly.
It's
part of-
a
part
bigger
of the question.
endeavor than this one is. And they there don't have the funneling of the waves that we have. The contractor that they use is not commercially available for residential properties, so we did try
We
to
did
explore that.
contact the
The ones
TGH
that are
people.
commercially available are not rated to the level that's necessary on the property. So it's a great suggestion, but we did look at it and was not feasible.
Okay. I guess, also, could you put back the is this, no, the elevations of the four houses together, real quick? The photograph.
The most popular slide of the evening.
Well, what we would, and just from my own standpoint, what we'd really prefer to get the most possible information possible, we would prefer that there'd be building elevations, there'd be actual scale drawings, not just a photograph with a dotted line across it, to give us the most accurate information possible. Right now, we don't know. If you add 11 foot to the top of your house, I can't tell from this photograph if it's taller than your neighbor next door. It might not be taller than the chimney, but it's probably taller than the wall. But we don't know because we can't, there's no scale, there's no measurements, we can't do anything like that. This is commentary, it's not a question, so I'm gonna stop. But to the issue with the raising, the elevation of raising, I think is one of the most significant questions we have, raising it to 18.25, which is well over 5 feet above the flood elevation. That's my main concern. Is there a number, is there a place you got that number? Or is it just a guesstimate as to where it might come in the future?
You know, I think it can be a little bit, I don't, maybe I've not painted a clear picture in terms of these heights. I know I certainly get lost at them. When thinking about how does the roof line change and how is it compatible with neighboring roofs, again, we're not asking for a height variance. We want to make sure that we're in that. And that is an 11-foot delta.
But that pertains to historic character.
Yes.
And that kind of thing, which is listed in all of these, guidelines, is how much does it alter the character of the neighborhood, and the amount of height creates a difference in the character. And that's why I'm asking specifics. I'm not asking, I'm not suggesting that you're asking for a variance that you're not allowed to go that high. I'm just asking that how much that affects the character.
I would say, to Mr. Meyer's point, we have a very modest house on Bay Shore and within Hyde Park. There are certainly other historic properties that were historically 3 floors within our neighborhood. And so they're not standing side by side with us, that is true. But it is still within character of Hyde Park to have a 3-story house.
821 is a 3-story house. 823, once they get to where they would like to be, what they propose is a 3-story house. 825 and a half is a 3-story house. So we think that we're in line with our peers there. On the converse side, to answer your question about the bottom, we're not talking about 18 feet. It is listed 18 feet as a finished first floor, but rather the bottom of the structural framing. So that's 16 feet. The DFE listed at 14 feet here is for that AE flood elevation. When you have the velocity zone, we anticipate, and this is some of the guidance that we got from querying flood experts locally and across the nation, but the height that we arrive at is based off of what the projected changes could be to the FEMA maps, and also driven by our experience of being in the home and watching it get hit with the waves.
But you won't be in the home anymore. That was my next question, is you are evacuating next hurricane, aren't you?
With the
Well,
kids.
it depends on if you let us lift or not.
You're in an evacuation
Yes, that's
zone,
true.
without a
Yes,
doubt.
yes.
I
We
would,
want to have a home to come back to.
understood, but you are evacuating the storm,
Under
right?
penalty of perjury, we are evacuating.
All right, that's all I have.
Okay, I've got some questions. You did a nice job. Number one, we appreciate the fact that you were trying to save a house as opposed to a historic structure as opposed to coming and asking to have it removed. So,
Thank you.
bravo to you for that. This presentation, obviously you went through a harrowing experience, no denying that. We have a big challenge in front of us because you're not the first and the last. Well, you're the first, you're not gonna be the last that's gonna come before us. And while there are homes that are 3 stories, it won't be too far in the distant future where any home that's not 3 stories is gonna feel out of place. It could happen very quickly, and we have to be very careful for that. I'm also very hesitant when we make these comments on building a house that's gonna stay here. We don't know that. We don't know that. So we gotta be very careful that we're setting the goal of building something impregnable, because it very well may not be, and it might destroy character to do that. You know, in the old Barrier Islands used to be fishing shacks, and they would get washed away. And then people started building homes that were very big, and now we have to protect them. So we can go down a slippery slope here very quickly. Let's get to questions. I'm confused on your elevations. You're showing renderings that show plants, but I want to see what's going to be behind the plants. Is it all stucco wall, or are these louvers? Show me a detail on these louvers.
I'm gonna sit down and let JAS do that.
And let's start with that elevation on the front. When those plants are not planted, what are we looking at?
This elevation here with the existing grade.
Okay, so that's solid stucco. Is there any articulation in that at all, or is it a solid plane?
That was, we were gonna propose that that be a different texture than the original when we
So
get to.
texture, but not any
Paneling or-
inset, any paneling, anything
No,
like that?
the way it's depicted currently is a solid plane, knowing that as soon as the, tractors back up, that the plants, go in there and hedges go in there, with the goal of being sort of 5 feet at initial, and trying to get something that's salt tolerant and that quickly can raise to the height of that wall.
Okay, are you planting something on the wall or in front of
Oh,
the
no,
wall?
in front of the wall.
Okay, so it's not gonna grow on the wall, it's just in front.
On that portion in front of the wall.
Okay. So
Because
on
we
this
wanted the
elevation,
speed.
on the left side, it looks like you have louvers at the top and stucco on the bottom, right? Stucco on the bottom.
Yes.
All right, so my question is, on the north side of the house, you have an elevation where it's louvers all the way down.
Yes.
Okay, so just explain to me what you're trying to achieve by those 2 different.
When you get to that portion of the house, the sort of west portion of the house, the back portion of the house, let's call it,
Okay.
that area is not visible from Bay Shore. Not only is there typically a car there, but the proximity to the neighbor's house, that it's such a narrow passageway that if you're walking the sidewalk, certainly if you're on the street, you don't have the opportunity to visually encounter the rear of the house. And so we thought that in the rear of the house, that more private space provides us the opportunity to gain some ventilation, to be able to use this area.
I understand, though, I think I'm referring more to the north side, the driveway side. Don't you have louvers all the way down to the ground on the north side?
You're absolutely right,
Yes.
there is one panel that is all louvered.
So my question is, why is that all the way down to the ground, this one not all the way down to the ground?
You're talking about right here,
there.
yeah. So this perspective doesn't exist, of course, because the house, but as what I was trying to say is that as you go through the front, you can see to about here. But anything past there, by the time you've passed our neighbor's house and you get to the visual line where you could actually look at it, it is one step breadth that you can see it before then you're sort of past that level and you can't really visually encounter that rear portion of the house.
We were trying to achieve sunlight and a more breathable space for our use and enjoyment of that back, what could possibly be like an entertaining area.
No, I understand that. I'm not questioning that you have panels that are open. I'm questioning then your one panel is this horizontal louver, but then the ones in the front are stucco, and then this little louver detail. That's what and then I don't know what these louvers are.
Oh, we do have, here we go.
Yeah, the materials for the louvers are an engineered aluminum.
Powder coat aluminum.
So it's metal louvers.
Yes.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Okay, that louver does not, and this may just be me, that is not conveyed in that rendering. That blue one.
This,
That's
yeah,
what
that's a
we're
little
looking at.
different, that's not quite, I mean, they're open louvers, just like,
It looks like metal poles going across or something in the rendering.
in the rendering, yeah, no, we do 2-inch up to 6-inch wide louvers, at an angle like that, and they just
Okay.
layer them on top of each other. So it's just your pretty standard louvers, they're at a pretty, I think they're at like a 32-degree angle.
Galvanized, what color are we talking about?
We can powder coat any color they want, but
They're the same color as the rest of that ground floor.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
I believe we have a detail, a section on that, the louvers. I'll look to find it.
And then just to be clear, I believe, go back to that rendering. I believe your answer, and just correct me if I'm wrong, is that middle one where the louvers go all the way down, you're doing that because you want to add some sunlight underneath, but you don't need full sunlight like the panel that's completely open right next to it?
Yeah, we wanted to have some, sort of a hybrid of privacy, protection, sort of graduate from that open space that is in the true rear of the property that the kids sort of run in and out, but then also not have them, be able to exit and then run straight out into the street.
Gotcha.
So we wanted to have, some containment there, essentially.
Gotcha.
For the family.
Okay, we can use this rendering. Let's go to the wall and the stairs going up to the house. It appears, and if you can zoom in there, that there is a decorative cap on the angle portion of the.
On the front?
Yeah, the wall on the stairs. So it would be the front wall, yeah, right there. And maybe it's just a color differentiation, but I'm asking, is there a reveal? Is it a cap? Is it a different material?
I think that's just smooth, it's just the shading of it.
Yes,
Is there a cap there, Adrian?
no, there's no cap there.
Okay, no, a cap wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's just all linear.
Okay, all right.
We're certainly open to having a cap.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so now I think we keep referring to this front wall as a retaining wall, but I think we've all determined that it's not a retaining wall, it's a wall. What drove the 3'7" height?
Oh,
The
And can you
initial.
show that other rendering that shows the front that shows it. And is it accurate? Is that rendering accurately depicting 3'7"?
You're talking about
No, I'm talking about the wall up by the.
And the sidewalk.
It's the.
I got it.
We got it. You're talking about this
But show me the
Depiction.
rendering.
in the front.
Maybe it's best to describe, is that best to describe it as a knee wall? Is that
Yeah.
the right,
it's
a knee
It's
wall?
not a
So
retaining wall.
we drew inspiration from these other retaining walls that are, these are circle drawings, but, actually they also have retaining walls, but the height and character of the retaining walls up and down the block.
But does that match that height of those pictures you're showing me?
I believe, yes, it
Yes,
does
I believe
match the height of the nearest neighbor, the 821 Bay Shore. That,
So that's the intent, is you're matching that height. So I just want to clarify that's.
Yeah,
because-
our
Wait,
intent
wait,
is to
keep
be
that on there,
consistent.
Because I'm looking at 3 steps. Slide it up a little bit. I'm showing 3 steps, 3 risers. Those are 7-inch risers, that's 21 inches, that's not 3'7". 3'7" is pretty tall.
yeah. Yeah, as depicted, you're right, it is taller than that.
I will say, our engineer did the renderings, so that should be the proportion, the 3'7" should be accurate.
So what's the answer?
Yes.
Yes, it's depicted as 3'7".
Okay, can you show me that render?
Yep.
Okay, I'm good there.
but we're showing that as 3'7". Okay. All right, the front steps, are the front steps open? That's open air underneath those steps and that front wall? Is that what I'm being told?
No, it's supposed to be breakaway. Under the front steps?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a breakaway wall right there.
Okay, so that will meet code.
Yes.
Okay, got it. That's what I needed. All right, I didn't see your site plan. If you'll put your site plan back up, the one that has the drainage arrows, the one you're saying is a drainage plan. And then zoom out just a hair. Are you adding a whole house generator?
No.
Okay. So there's those ACs that are on the, I guess that's the south side. Those are existing, they're gonna be elevated slightly, but those are the only other utilities. Okay. Now let's talk about drainage. When we were referencing the variance, you said you were gonna be presenting something that showed how you were modifying the drainage and trying to improve it. I did not hear that.
So this 2% slope here, that it also, blends into grading here. This 7-foot height here is not the current, height of that area of the property. And so this,
So what is that? What is the existing height there?
the existing height there, we have on a prior one, I believe is about 5 feet, if I'm.
Is that
It's not an
NAVD?
exact number, I apologize, but
Yeah,
it's,
that's gonna be
because it's about 2,
I see
It's
4.6 here.
4.5.
4.6.
Yeah. I think it might peak at 4.6.
All right,
So
so-
your peak would be 4.6 and drains
Where is that peak?
right here.
So, and it's gonna go north to south peaking and going towards Bay Shore and towards O'Brien? Is that what we're saying?
I'm looking back here. Where's the elevator? Nope. Actually, looks like it runs all the way frontward.
It looks like it's running from O'Brien all the way to Bay Shore.
All the way to
Bay
Bay
Shore. Okay, so then how are you raising the grade in the middle of the lot and not fundamentally changing the way this drainage works?
I think we are changing the way that drainage works.
Okay, but not according to this plan that you're presenting. This plan, it shows it growing from O'Brien Street all the way to Bay Shore.
Right.
But you're saying you're raising the grade in the center of the lot.
Not in the
That's-
center.
You just said the peak was in the center, did I miss it?
No, I was wrong. The peak is, I thought it drained both ways.
Okay, but I see a 5-foot elevation on O'Brien, and I see a 7-foot on the south side of your house. That's 2 feet higher. That's a peak.
As I read it too, I agree with you that this shows 7 here.
I don't think that's great, though.
But 4.9 here and 4.6 here and 5.2 here. So I wonder if that 7 is
That might
not
be your elevated.
is not an elevation.
Yeah.
It's marked as elevation. I agree with you, but 4, 5, 5,
Yeah, that's,
5.
is
So
that the elevation of the units?
maybe that's the elevation of the
that's the
concrete
elevation.
slab that the
There's a
units sit
slab
on.
the units sit on.
That very well could be.
Okay, generally,
That's what that is.
I've done this a lot. Generally, the ones with the X are existing grades, and then you see the ones that are in a rectangle box, it says 4.6 right next to swale, those are proposed grades. But since this is your presentation, you would tell me what it is. But it also shows 5.8 closer to Bay Shore, which water, and the arrow is pointing uphill, and water doesn't flow that way. So I'm just trying to get to the point where a neighbor of yours had a concern about drainage issues. You then told me that you were gonna solve the drainage issues, but this plan does not reflect that. And it's important because these are the kind of changes that come back after we approve something and you say, well, I had to change it because the plan was wrong, right? So I'm just trying to really understand it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
So, there, yeah. Yeah, we're definitely having to look at that. I mean, we basically take what cities usually give us, like a standard drainage plan they want us to make, and we map it out the same way.
Okay, so
And-
let's go back to your elevations that showed your elevations by height. Because one of those elevations shows a concrete slab at 0.
Yeah. So that
So
zero is nominal. They always zero out, the engineers always zero out the bottom floor usually. But that's not the NAVD.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Do you wanna
Okay,
zoom?
So, which is 0, 0. If you see NAVD, that's 4, 6.
got it. Okay, the driveway, what's the material of the driveway?
Currently, it's a concrete ribbon.
What, the proposed one, what are you proposing?
For the driveway that goes east-west,
All of it,
it would be concrete with a grass ribbon in
Okay.
333.
okay?
And then the circular driveway would be concrete. And we were thinking about breaking that up with turf as well, or grass.
Okay. Put the site plan back up if you don't mind, please.
It should be right over there. Where did it go?
You can put this on, get the site plan.
Okay, we're getting there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There we go.
So
This is-
again,
This is a bigger site plan.
I understand the ribbon curve. What are you gonna do for the circle driveway? Obviously, in the right of way, it's gonna stay, concrete, 100% concrete.
Right.
And then are you, I'm asking about detailing. If you're gonna
Sure.
do brick or breaking it up, because again, this is really what we have to go by, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on previous design iterations, the middle of the concrete of the circle was broken by a brick or a paver pattern to try to sort of emulate that ribbon of green that extended on the north side of the house. As it's currently shown, it is just concrete. But we have entertained those previous, possibilities of having that stripe that meets in the middle, that connect with a stripe that comes around the ribbon, but of paver or brick.
Okay. And then on the ribbon curve, I'm confused on where the ribbon is. Is it really 7 feet of grass in between there? Is that what you're proposing?
No, it has to be, it's 333. I don't know why that says that. I think the,
Yeah. These are, I think, just dimensions from the lot lines, but like Adrian said, it is 333. That's current.
Do you have brick anywhere other than the fireplace on this house?
The back portion of that ribbon driveway
brick.
is brick. Well, under the dirt. It's dirt and grass,
Okay.
but actually underneath that is brick.
Gotcha.
Not visible, though.
well, I think it once was brick.
Okay. All right, so let's go back to the house. That stucco band that's separating the elevated portion.
Mm-hmm.
Is that flush with the same plane as everything else? Is there gonna be any kind of reveal? How are we gonna?
No, I think there is a reveal
Yeah,
there, isn't
there
there?
is a reveal. It's,
Quarter inch, half
It's-
inch, what are we doing?
let's see here.
If you guys know, please speak up.
Our standard's 2 inches. We
There
go
you go.
1.5 2 inches. I'm not sure
It's here.
what the engineer spec'd out on this one.
It probably is that.
Yeah, I don't have a wall section of
Here's
it.
your section. No. Okay. Door opening. We will get back to you. I'm gonna continue to look. I believe we have that in here.
All right, those are my questions. Are there any other questions?
Chair, I have one other. I would be remiss to not ask about the eliminated tree in the front. Can you show what tree, what is that that's
I
getting
believe
eliminated?
it's a fike, is it?
The X?
You're losing a tree to accommodate this stair.
Yeah, this is a 12-foot or so ficus that is fairly storm damaged.
Okay, thank you.
You know what, and one last question. That wall in the front, are you open to changing the height of that to be more in keeping with neighboring walls?
I think as a blanket statement here, our goal is to start the lift process. We've been out of the house too long.
Yep.
They've got a list of folks. If there's, feedback that we can work with your team post hoc to accommodate, we are open to guidance 100%. We are hoping to accomplish the circle drive and the lift. The areas where your expertise exceeds mine, certainly, we are open to feedback and a discussion process, knowing that we're going to revisit these, design-specific elements at a future date for the home itself.
Perfect. All right, no more questions. You guys have up to 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose.
I want to be conscious of everyone's time. We have a historic home. We want to preserve it. We want to preserve it in a way that is most resilient to what the future could bring, not knowing what the future will bring, of course, still being mindful of its impact on our neighborhood and the visual impact for the neighboring homes. We propose to elevate the house to the elevations shown, striking that balance between trying to be as synonymous as we can with the neighboring homes while still protecting from floodwaters that we experienced. In the interest of safety of the use of the property, we've proposed this circle drive that we think allows us to mitigate some of our impact in terms of the in-safety of interacting with Bayshore Boulevard and also protect ourselves. We plan to revisit the design elements on the house itself, the cladding. We've got to put something back. We don't have the aluminum siding, so we're going to have to seek your guidance there. And we are happy to revisit any elements about the visual appearance of this at that date post hoc. But we would humbly request that we could proceed forward with the lift and the driveway so we can start getting to permitting and getting these kids back in their home.
We understand that without risking too much, you can condition these approvals, and like we said, we know that we are already looking at another hearing to revisit the details of the facade.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, at that, we're going to close the public portion of this hearing, and we will go to discussion.
I'm nervous about just raising it to whatever I feel like. I mean, I understand that there are FEMA requirements. I understand that there's storm issues, but it seems like we've pulled the number out of the air and are going with that. And that concerns me going forward because next thing you know, we have 4-story houses on Bayshore, and that kills the entire look of Bayshore. So that's my main concern. Secondarily is we're missing a lot of details still in approving the lift and the circle drive. I can't feel confident in that because I don't have enough details to know what it's going to look like and how it's going to be finished. So that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think there's been a ton of work put in on this, and some of the questions and answers that we got from the applicants were such as, yeah, we thought about this, we investigated this, we did this. I fully understand that. A little bit of it comes back to, one of the last sentences was, your expertise supersedes ours, but they should be hiring expertise and not depending upon our expertise. We're here just to review and approve or deny. We're not here to give advice necessarily. So that concerns me a little bit, is that, this is one of the most important streets in Tampa. And they're talking about a major revision to a contributing structure, and there's no architect on the project. And I'm a little biased. I'm an architect. I'm a historic preservationist. But that concerns me a lot, that all we have is engineering drawings, no architectural drawings. There's no subtlety. It's just a flat wall that's just built up for a stair. In fact, we have no details of what that wall is, how it's capped. Is it stucco? How's it going to drain? What's the planting facade look like? How is that detailed? How's that? We're approving that without any of this information. And I'm very, very tempted, just to be straightforward, I'm very, very tempted to move for a continuation to try to solve these issues. And I know they've been out of their house for a long time. I've been out of my office for the exact same period of time, and I still have no idea when I'm gonna move back into my office. But I think there's just a lack of site plan accuracy, there's a lack of drainage details, there's a lack of, how the breakaway walls are attached, what do they look like, is there any relief, is there any detail, how the plant's attached? I think there's a lot of things that we just don't have material, and we would never approve an aluminum railing on a contributing structure on
I'm not
Bay
trying
Shore.
to defer you from a motion. What I would say is there an appetite to do a very refined conditional approval, maybe for height? And then, because there's a lot of things, the metal louvers just the palette doesn't jive with what we have seen.
With a historic property,
That's
but
right.
it jives with, and I've done flood mitigation for historic properties and historic buildings, and I understand, what has to happen, but, I just think there's a lot of flood mitigation and not a lot of historic preservation expertise involved in this. That's my opinion. And I think there's, the elevation certainly, while it's needed to mitigate for flood, I completely understand that. A house at 7 feet on Bay Shore, it's gonna get damaged. It's gonna get flooded. But going to 18, to the actual finished floor elevation, is excessive to the extent that it alters the character of that house so drastically. It's not a factor of it being 2 or 3 stories, or that there being 3-story houses nearby. It's that house in particular was not designed to be built on, a 11-foot tall, crawl space. That's a considerable alteration to the character, where the standards.
Does the 2.58 change that, fundamentally change that?
The 2 point.
Well, based on my math, the differential of what to stay out of the flood was 2.58. So really the discussion is does the 2.58
Is 2.5 feet, is 2.5 feet worth of discussion? Hey,
If I may.
could it be?
Well,
Could it?
explain
It might
that
affect the
point
stairway
a little
design?
bit more about the numbers to clarify what the
Well,
difference.
they have to get out of the flood, and
Which
they're
is
measuring to
how
the
much?
bottom of the joist. And based on those elevations, correct me if I'm wrong, they picked, I'm gonna get the exact number wrong, they picked 18 or whatever it is, but it's 2.58 is when I did the math, was which that variable, hey, if I'm gonna spend the money, let's go a little bit
I
higher.
might as well go
Yes.
2.5 feet more than
So-
so if it floods at less than 2.5, right, are you saying that the top, right, the numbers that were given, at the top of the flood could be 2.5 less?
Again, no one knows.
No one knows what the flood elevation is gonna be, it's just a code.
Right, but to explain the numbers that are being discussed for the benefit of those who may be watching, about what are these numbers that we're talking about, that's all I'm asking.
So am I understanding that if they were to meet the minimum requirement, they, rather than meeting the minimum, they're going 2.8 above that minimum? 2.58 above that minimum. And I would also like to point out that they are still, the total height of the house is still less than a really big house, which is 2 doors away.
But required, they admitted it required
A variance.
a variance to get that.
Yeah, and there's no variance, so,
And they're not asking for a variance.
right, so they're not asking for a variance.
I think there's a lack of clear information on this presentation as thoroughly as much work has been done. I think there's, 2.5 feet lower, what does that do to the stairway? Does that change that in return, and, you know, can it come out a little bit further and it's a little bit lower and it's not as dramatic, a big, you know, triangular wall? What does that do? I think there's an awful lot of ifs that it's not our job to interpret what might be. It's the applicant's job to present to us resolved and clear information for us to make decisions.
I don't fault them for going that extra 2.5 feet. You know, I really don't. You know.
Oh, I wouldn't if it wasn't in a historic district.
Well,
I wouldn't blame anybody at all for making it. I've designed houses in the North Carolina coast that were 10 feet above flood elevation, okay?
Sure.
But they're not in historic districts, and they don't change the character of neighborhoods that we're here to protect.
Right. Good point. I understand that. You know, would I want to see it maybe come down a little bit more? Sure. But my hesitance here too is, I think with everybody, is a lack of detailing on the project and the thought process. I mean, the front wall where the stairs are being flat. I mean, that's the first thing that caught my eye. You know, I feel like there's a lack of articulation there that could make it, you know, look pretty good. And thoughtful, but
it's possible.
Yeah, I feel like there is a substantial lack of detailing and thought going into that podium, and I too have trouble with moving this forward with that lack of detailing.
And I'll just, again, I think part of it is that we're looking at all these drawings are drawn by engineers. And there's a level of I won't say sensitivity, but just clarity of thought and detailing and massing and things like that that are of a nature that is the difference. Being somebody who has both an engineering degree and an architecture degree, is there a difference between engineering and architecture?
If I may.
I don't have a problem with the intent. I don't have a problem with the circular drawing.
I don't either at all, by the way,
Yeah.
just theoretically.
Yeah.
Just the details just aren't here.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I agree with most of the concepts that have been laid out, and I wholeheartedly agree that this is it's a very challenging situation, and I appreciate the effort that's been put into wanting to move it forward, for all those reasons, and to respect the historic aspects of it. But I agree, and deferring to the architects on the panel, from my lay perspective and representing just that public piece, which is, this is a iconic aspect of the city of Tampa, and that the front, the aesthetic just is not as detailed, it is not as pleasant. As modest as the house may be, it's a lovely frontage. And what's been done in the effort to create resiliency, I think, has taken away some of that loveliness.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't. And
there was just the discussion of the house a couple doors down, 921, I think, that has the continuous stairwell down to its circular drive. It creates just a sort of that, that sense of presence and openness and a welcomeness. This has almost a fortress look to it. Too many flat walls, just sort of not welcoming, and it's the antithesis of that bay shore, that continuous bay shore. So in the spirit, I think, as well, of offering guidance to the applicants who said, all of those things, we want to lift the house, but we're open to understanding direction without designing it for them, but offering direction. I think that the frontage needs to be rethought and realigned with a sense of openness. If the stairwell can be rethought to be continuously, instead of the split stairwell, make it more open, less fortress-like. All of those things that could be part of the consideration. I do have a problem with the circular drive in the aspect of it constituting an encroachment into the public right-of-way. It is the continuous privatizing of what is a public asset, taking that public space away for the private use of an individual. I understand the rationale for it, but this is that death by 1,000 cuts of continuously degrading the aesthetic look along the Bayshore greenscape. It's also, as small as it may be, it's an element of stormwater, and every time we chip away and make impermeable what has been permeable, we're further degrading the stormwater system. So if there were a way, again, one of the houses down the way that showed the ability to turn a vehicle around within the parcel and maintain the ability to account for the safety considerations, but maintain the public green space as it was designed 100 years ago. So those are some of my thoughts, both just softening the aesthetic and if there's an element that would enable the preservation of the greenway.
Thank you. Ron or Dennis, if this went to a motion of continuance, what's the date?
The date that we're looking for would be October 6th, 2025. We're talking about phase two. Phase two, the application deadline would be August 19th, 2025. And speaking with the applicants, if there's the ability, we could take a 5-minute break so everybody could kind of understand what's at stake here, and then can we come back?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, 5 minutes?
Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay. Call the meeting back to order.
So we discussed the October 6th continuation concept, and the owner just wants to address the board to understand the nature of the continuance.
Okay.
So we've clearly been at this process a long time, and we're going on a year out of the house. And this is a process that we've had many iterations with Ron, and we've tried to incorporate all of those designs, and we will continue to work with him with the same goal as you of preserving this house. But we can't continue to sit on our hands without any forward progress. In speaking with Dave Jennings, the building department's been very generous in helping to work with us to advance towards a prior contingent, of course, upon approval of this board, but to try to lay some of that groundwork. And the data point that predicates all of the future work is the elevation of the house. So for continuation accepted, we will get an architect with historic credentials on board this project. We will get these design details flushed out and bring this back to you happily. We want it to look good. We love our neighborhood. And we appreciate that this board has preserved our neighborhood, and that's why we enjoy it. But we need to move forward with this project at the same time. So I would ask for continuance on all of the design elements, but I would ask that the board give some approval for the height proposed so that we can begin the process for permitting and know what we have to order. We can't start if we don't know where we're going. So I would accept and welcome continuance for all of those design elements, but I would request that the board approve that the existing structure be lifted and elevated to the proposed new height.
Dana? I guess I just want to make sure I understand the format here. Do I have to reopen it to ask him a question, or?
Yes, go ahead and reopen the public hearing and have a discussion with the applicant.
Okay.
And y'all feel free to ask your question.
Okay, so we're going to reopen the public hearing. Okay, so I appreciate where you're coming from. And by the way, there hasn't been a motion to continue yet. I asked that date because I'm starting to get the sense that your drawings were incomplete enough that there's not a comfort level to move forward. Let's talk about the height. You've got that 2.58 plus or minus differential. One of the commissioners, I don't get a sense, I'm not speaking for the board, but I don't get a sense that there is an argument against elevating the house. It's whether or not that 2.58 differential, which I understand the mindset of, I'm going to spend X amount of dollars, it's not that much more expensive to go up higher. The question is does that fundamentally change some of the characteristics of the stairs and those other things that maybe it's adding more to the house that didn't have to be there if you didn't go that high? And we weren't presented any information that helps us make that decision. For example, is if you had presented a drawing that showed the house at the minimum and said the stairs would look like this, but we want to go to this, which is going to require the stairs to do the turn back in, whatever, at least we could look at it and say, not much difference. I understand, let's move forward. But we're not, so now we have to do it in our head and say, I don't know, maybe it would be nicer if it was that more, or more. So that's where we're at. That's the hard part.
Understood, and thank you for that insight. Those iterations were evaluated, and you, as you recall, on the north and south side of those stairs, there's a few stairs that come up to a landing, and then the stairs move in a north-south direction to the landing in the front. Those little flanges on the side are unnecessary if you're going to the minimum height. Again, our lived experience is really guiding us in terms of that final height. But if, that 2.5 delta, if that's something that needs to be, readdressed, if we need to come down 1.2 of it, the height that we arrived at was the height that we felt was the best balance of not exceeding code, being visually in line with the neighbors, and still offering the most resilience. So that's what we're requesting.
So the other thing, there was a lot of, you used that graphic that showed the houses. That graphic isn't a real graphic. It's a picture that's distorted inherently because of the perspective. And you have a dashed line, but your house isn't shown accurately on the proposed, what the elevation is going to be. So you're showing us that, but it may be taller than that line, it may be under that line, because you don't know what the height of the house next door is. You follow me?
So we know it's lower than 821 because they have a variance.
I get it, but it just creates a little bit of doubt in our mind, and if it was an exact, which elevation architectural drawings are, it gives us more reassurance that we understand what we're approving, because you're not gonna be the last one. So then everybody that comes after you is gonna say, look at these guys, you guys let these guys do it, why can't I do it? And they're gonna have the same emotional plea that you have, trust me, they will, and then we have to say, well, this is why. Just so you understand where we're coming from.
I do.
Okay? So, I understand the argument about going up because you're spending the money. Without creating some arbitrary number, your preference is still to stay at that height, even though you have just said you might go a little bit lower. It just seems arbitrary to me to pick a number lower than that, because that turn of the stairs, unless you go to the lowest possible, you'd still need to turn it a little bit anyway, right?
No, wow, man, no. You can, honestly, you can redesign the stairs so that there's more coming straight down from the house before you turn north-south. There's all kinds of iterations to this that wouldn't require that last return at the bottom of the stairs. And that also is impacted by the driveway. Has the driveway, has that been finalized, and has that been, detailed enough so that we know that's how a minimum has to be? I'm sorry, that's not pointing at me. So no, there are variations to the design that we've not been presented to look at, that could do these things at a lower height and be much more elegant.
Are there any other questions we have for the applicant before we close this again and discuss? And knowing what they just trying to get to an elevation.
Well, my question would be, if a height is set, if it's at the base or it's at 2.58 above that, is that what is you're looking for? Is at what height?
Yeah, the height that was proposed is the height that was arrived after numerous discussions, and that's the height that I would request at this time.
I mean, we are worried that in 2026, FEMA's gonna come back, and I feel pretty good that they'll raise at least 1 foot. And then we're talking about a 1 foot delta.
We're not asking for a variance. We're lower than the house 2 doors down. All your points are very valid. We would like to move forward with at least the lift of the existing structure. All other design elements, happy to continue and get that good architectural feedback. So I would request approval for the lift, elevation, and continuance on all other elements.
Understood. Any other questions?
I just want to confirm if that's, and again, I would agree that I don't think there's a conceptual objection to the lifting. If we take your modified request and leave all other design elements, is that specifically include the articulation of the front stairs, in which direction they come or go, as well as the design and the appearance of the driveway?
Our motion could be whatever we want.
Yes, that would be, we're gonna have to cross this bridge as a community to say, how do we lift at some point? And tonight is that time. I would request the lift, all other aspects like you just mentioned, driveway, stairs, articulation, design, continue.
Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have concerns. I don't think, we probably won't get consensus on the 18, but I think there's consensus. I feel comfortable that there's going to be consensus enough that 18 can be worked around. But I think a motion that was very limited to that and everything else comes back as part of the full package.
So when you're saying 18, that's the requested height, is that right?
Requested height, whether it's 18
Okay.
and a quarter or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I feel like we can work around it. I mean, to me, whether the stairs turn or not is probably not, that's not a huge issue for me. They're still gonna come down and they're still gonna go a direction. It just so happens that they're turning too. So, the length is, the frontage is gonna be not that much different from the turn or not, I think, so.
I think what we're discussing is not, the height, not, being taller than it needs to be, 2.58, 2.5 feet, whatever, being higher than it needs to be, creates an amount of run that has to happen, right? An amount of stair run that has to happen. But how that stair run happens and how the massing of that wall that faces Bay Shore looks like, that's what needs to be completely redone.
100%.
And to mitigate, the reason I'm opposed to 18.25 is because what they presented us is not mitigated. It's not mitigated to such an extent that the character of the house and the neighborhood are maintained. And it possibly can be, but it may not be. May not be able to be mitigated. I don't know. It won't be mitigated probably with a circular driveway because the stair would need to come down a little bit further vertically straight towards Bay Shore before it split and went down in order to mitigate all that mass. And to do that protrudes into the circular driveway. So there's all kinds of design aspects of this.
100%,
Okay.
and I think when they
That's why
hire,
this is
when
all
they
for
hire
discussion.
an architect who is versed in historic preservation, they're gonna work all these out, and they're gonna come together with the entire package. This is what I see.
But
we hope-
the 18.25 will be set if we approve it today.
That's right.
Can I just, I'm sorry, go
And
ahead.
so so when the next door neighbor comes and asks for their house to be raised, which will happen, this 18.2, this set line is going to be set for the rest of the neighborhood. And I'm not saying that I necessarily have a problem because I'm extremely sympathetic to experiencing what was experienced. Having been in my parents' house with water rushing in, I know how frightening it is to live with that for hours while it's going on and on and on. So I totally understand it. You feel out of control, and you are out of control of what's happening, and I can't imagine doing it with two young kids with you at the same time. And so necessarily, these homes are gonna have to be lifted. They're gonna have to be lifted. So the question becomes, does that 2.5 feet for this home and for the rest of the homes next to them really make a difference visually, that we can just say, we're okay with it, and we're gonna get to the stairs, and we're gonna get to whether there's a wall. I'll put it out there, I don't like the wall over the stairs. I think the character of the home, what I heard was that they think that there was stucco, and they're trying to make the home look as if it was originally stucco and elements to that. So that's for another day. So in my mind, the limited question is this 2.5 feet a deal breaker, not only for this home, but for the other homes that are gonna come along Bay Shore? Because they're gonna have to be raised up, these homes.
Yeah, to me, I don't think it's a deal breaker. I think that the applicant is going to need to really solve the design aspects of this and get detailing right and really work with someone who can present them with those alternatives and really soften the blow here, because you know, I don't know how you would perceive, you know, that extra foot or two. To me, I think it can be mitigated through thoughtful design.
I just want to add one quick thing. Currently, the home is 33 feet wide on the front, and it is 28 feet tall. We're talking about taking it from 33 feet wide to 39 feet tall. It goes from a wider than tall home to a taller than wide.
That's the whole aspect
So
of
in
the
trying to,
character.
it takes it
Yeah.
and flips it, and
Yep.
it changes the character of the home, in my opinion.
Exactly, it does.
But
And that has to be mitigated, and it can be
Absolutely.
mitigated through
And I-
design.
And I think it can,
Yeah.
and that wall in the front doesn't need to be out there. I think that's a worthless element. It could be closer to the house. There's all kinds of things, and somebody brought up the point that I think they had the wrong design, they had the right design team structurally and from an engineering standpoint, but they didn't have the architectural side.
It's just the site on
Yep.
Bayshore Boulevard
Right,
is
right,
just
right.
too prominent to not,
Right.
for us to not
Absolutely. So
requires more.
we gotta be close. We got a motion? Am I hearing right? That's before the break. We gotta-
Now, Dana? Okay, are we doing, we're not doing a final approval.
You are doing a final approval for the height request, elevating the structure to a certain height. And then you will do a continuance of the remaining elements of the project, including the site improvements. And so you are solely granting approval for just the one thing, and that's elevating the structure to X number of feet. And then the applicant will need to re-advertise to bring the stucco or the other cladding features back to you that they have discussed, so they'll likely re-advertise. Is there anything you would add, Ron?
Okay. Move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents represented at this public hearing in ARC 240 for the property located at 825 Bayshore Boulevard in the aspect of the requested height only, that requested height should be 18.25. It's NAVD, yes? I'm seeing, okay.
Dave, yes.
Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed elevation is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons: that it meets the code requirement for height.
And
For-
furthermore, move to grant a continuance on the remaining elements of
Okay.
ARC 25-2.
Okay, and furthermore, move to grant a continuance for the elements, for the additional elements of, yes, project number 2000240.
All right, we have a second?
To October 6, 2025 at 5:30 PM.
Just what she said.
Okay, so we have a second. Do we have any discussion? Any other, all right. Seeing no discussion, all in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, the applicant, do you understand the conditions that were put on?
Yes, we
there?
do.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. And technically, are you okay with these? Do you accept these conditions?
We do.
Perfect, all right. So we have a motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody against? One, okay, motion passes. Congratulations, it looks like we'll see you back on October the 6th.
See you on the 6th. Thank you.
Commissioners, good evening. Ron Vila, planner for Historic Preservation. Moving to our next agenda item, which is ARC-25-0000343. This address is at 827 Bayshore Boulevard. This is in Hyde Park Historic District as well. Currently, there's a non-contributing structure. The zoning is RS60. The request is for new construction, single-family resident with site improvements. The approximate square footage of the structure under roof is about 10,000 square foot. They're going to, this is in FEMA's as well, so we're going to continue that conversation. Some past action here is that they requested demolition of the non-contributing structure under ARC 25-0000336. So that structure can be removed and the new construction can move forward with the discussion that we're having this evening. This site is 2 parcels away from what you just saw. So we're here in 1929. This is a Sanborn map. There was no structure. As I stated, this is a non-contributing structure that dates outside of the period of significance. Along the Bayshore corridor, it's approximately here. And with the overhead shot showing the irregular shaped lot on Bayshore Boulevard. This is the non-contributing structure. That's the front elevation. Here we have the front elevation and the north facade. The structure abutting on the north is a structure you've already seen today. The house that we just visited is right over here, so we have these all in a row. Going back to the primary structure, this is the vehicular access off of Bayshore as it currently sits. This is the Bayshore elevation and the south. Moving to the structure that abuts on the south. Completing the vista on Bayshore Boulevard. Just want to show the traffic lanes in both directions. This is the rear of the property. And this is O'Brien, the street behind it that was discussed earlier. And at this point, that concludes the photo presentation, and I'll have the agent address the board.
Good evening. As you saw, we're addressing the parcel very close to what you've just spent a lot of time reviewing. So we'll try to be curt with our words and get to the discussion. We're here presenting on behalf of our client, Lukasa Design. I'm just going to quickly introduce our team. With me today is Kevin Lee with Lukasa, owner's representative. Michael Colasso, who will be presenting the civil design and landscape design. Conrad Lichwala with Legion Construction as a general contractor for the team. And then Hannah Murray and myself, Carlos Molnar, with Soul Design Studio. Let's begin here. So as Ron so usually very accurately depicts, this is the structure on site. We've been engaged to begin providing a design for you that would replace this structure with something that's consistent with the design guidelines. Today we're going to be requesting final approval with any conditions you see fit for the structure to move us into construction documents and permitting. As we usually begin the design process, we begin by looking at precedents within the neighborhood. I'm going to quickly go through some precedents. If you can, yeah, you can see there. We're going to go through some here. So 111 Bayshore Boulevard. In discussions with staff, immediately wanted to pull an aesthetic that we're going to associate the design aesthetic with. That was a contemporary design of what we're terming a coastal contemporary. It has to do with horizontal lines, flashing, some minimalistic design details, as well as some softness to the material palette, some wood elements, some accent materials, as well as some base and some other kind of highlight elements to it. As exhibited on 111 Bayshore, we've got the bronze metal fascias. We've got some stone cladding. There we go with my mouse. Some stone cladding elements. Metal rod railings, bringing again that contemporary vernacular, as well as large storefront windows with a play of both storefront windows and some punch windows. Moving along to 1405 Bayshore, again, you see a two-story structure. And by the way, one thing to note is, as this two-story structure, the second story of this is set back. That is a consistency as a lot of these projects you'll see, which is setting back that structure to begin to minimize the massing that you perceive along Bayshore as these structures begin to get larger and larger. 1405 does the same thing, where it combines a sequence of front towards Bayshore, optimizing the view that you're getting towards Bayshore. Then with some of the side elevations, you're going to some more punches. That's usually, as you know, where the closets are, where the kitchen is. Utilizing natural light, but also starting to slightly change the vernacular, but keeping with that window patterning. 1103 South Rome. This is the first three-structure story we're going to look at. But again, noticing that they set the story back. The third story is beginning to change the massing, set the massing back, and start to soften that mass along Bayshore and tier it back so that you do get some more, also the vistas, as well as not creating such a large front heavy element on Bayshore. The use of storefront windows, again, some more of the railings. Also then looking at 3611 Bayshore Boulevard, similar things. Storefront windows, the railings, some punch windows throughout. This is 2901 West Euclid, a two-story structure. Interesting on this one was the way they dealt with the front porch. We worked with staff about creating a sense of the front porch. It's important to some historic structures, trying to incorporate that in the contemporary language, creating a sense of front porch, but just with a different language. The use of storefront windows. They're beginning to incorporate some highlight materials, whether it be wood or stone veneers. 4005 Bayshore, three-story structure. Again, the third story is set back, begins to change the massing and the scale. 4501 Bayshore Boulevard, another three-story structure. First and second floors are a combination of the punch windows, a white modern vernacular, the use of some stone facades, some tile facades. Again, third stories, again, pushed back with some railing, creating a nice third-story terrace while minimizing the massing. 2900 West Bayshore, two-story structure. The base flood elevation, or the base flood floor, has been raised through that structure. It's creating a sense of horizontal terracing elements that you've talked about a lot today, but still keeping some of the massing horizontalities, kind of that modern movement of the horizontal lines of the roof lines and some other details. Design guidelines. We do have an unusual parcel, different than the previous one you saw. This is a pie-shaped parcel. It is on an angle. It also has some very large grand trees, so we do have some challenges to the site, some constraints that we had to work with. This is the survey. A couple elements to point out again is the pie-shaped site, and there's actually a wedge, for lack of a better term, kind of carved out along the rear facade, and it's actually a curved front along Bayshore. The north property line is parallel to the structures directly to the north of it, but the south is beginning to create that angle and that curve around. A couple other elements to point out are a few trees that we're going to be talking about tonight, which is this 32-inch tree here. Currently, the structure is about 2 feet, 2.5 feet away from that tree. It is considered a tree in good standing. We will be working to preserve it. That tree had a very strong effect on the design that you're going to see here today. And we worked with staff and natural resources, honestly, through many meetings specifically to have this house work around that tree being one of the few trees left that we need to preserve as a 32-inch grand. There are two other trees on the front, which also had direct relationship on the drive. We worked with transportation to work through drive options that we found one that they found to be acceptable. There are two 24 inches, which I'm circling here, and there's another tree, a 20-inch in the back that, while it had impact, you'll see that we were able to avoid affecting it. When we get to the presentation of the site plan, we will show you the trees we're proposing to be removed. This is the site. I think the last applicant spoke pretty well about the challenges of this site in terms of traffic. We have been in front of this board before. We have presented to you for 819. This is a dangerous street. I did write down the term, which I had not grasped before, high injury corridor. We have some statistics here that show that. Typically for these neighborhoods, for any residential neighborhood, they recommend less than 1,500 VPDs in terms of the quantity of cars passing to give you a safe way to exit the site. The way we're proposing the site is we are proposing a turn that does not include a U-shaped drive. It includes more of a three-point turn aspect. The front drive we're going to propose is not for the owners of the home. It is for, these days, what seems more important than the owner of the home, which is the Amazon delivery man and Uber Eats. What we don't want is to create another hazard on that street where they're parking in front, they're pausing their vehicle, and they're getting out. The intent of this is for deliveries and for that. We will be proposing a drive that meets all the requirements out of the rear. So that is really only there for that purpose. This is just a chart. I'm going to, for time's sake, I'm going to go a little quicker here through this, but it does show that our VPDs are significantly higher. These are the views that you saw looking down. Not only are you coming out, if you were able to come out straight, you're not even just looking at a straight 90 degrees, you're actually having to look backwards because of the angle of our site. That means you're having to do even greater than a 90-degree turn of your head to see the vehicles. Plus, we still have that large turn coming down and intersecting this. So we are concerned about the safety of anyone coming out of that front drive. We're going to go through the guidelines here. Scale and height, massing, building form. We have created a diagram that I think you'll enjoy, which is a linear elevation cut across many houses. So thank you for keying us up for that one. One thing with regards to massing, one of the comments we did get back is this house is large. Ron is 100% accurate in terms of what is under roof. But understand the entire ground floor is non-usable. This house is I'll be exact, 6,287 square feet of air-conditioned area. When you take our lot coverage of that square footage against the lot, what we've created is a diagram here for you with other structures that looks at just lot size to square footage of air-conditioned space. And we fall between a median of different houses, some of which are larger, some of which are smaller. So I think we are proposing something that's within scale of the neighborhood. With that, I'm going to bring up, there's Conrad. He's going to go through the site plan and some of the other site aspects. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Conrad Liquala. I'm here with Lucasa Design. I'm also a general contractor and owner of Legion Construction. We have been working closely with the members of the City of Tampa Building Department, Ron Villa, and Sol Design to develop and refine these plans over the past several months. This initial slide illustrates the overall site layout, highlighting the house and the pool in relation to adjacent properties. All marked areas in green represent pervious surfaces relative to the main structure and the pool. The total lot area is at 11,340 square feet, with the green space accounting for 6,047 square feet. That overall accounts for 53% of that property. To accommodate the potential future changes, we actually buried a retention pipe system that is right here, buried underneath the main driveway to improve the site drainage. This system features a French drain style system that has obviously contributes to the managing site in previous ratio. I also wanted to know that this design was implemented after feedback that we received, and retention pipes were actually relocated outside of the root zone systems around the trees specified here in green. The total impervious area is 5,657 square feet out of the lot size of 11,340 square feet, resulting in 49.9% ratio. During the design process, the footprint and alignment of the house was adjusted. The alignment was changed from the south to north orientation to better accommodate the property and the existing trees. According to the current plan, all 4 trees that are marked in green fit within the layout of the house and the pool, so that the root zone setbacks are maintained and outside of the building areas. We meet the Hyde Park design criteria with 7-foot side setbacks, over 25-foot setback in the front, and more than 20-foot setback in the rear of the property. Due to FEMA regulations, we are limited on how much filter we can bring, and our grading options for this property are very, very limited. We had provided and created a positive grading around the site and added an extra step to the main entrance porch. Currently, that main entrance porch sits at about 5.5 feet. The AC equipment is installed on the south side of the property, right in here. That is behind the whiskey room. And it is installed and elevated at 16 feet. This location was selected to ensure that equipment remains concealed by the structure and it is not visible from the Bayshore Boulevard. The site plan displays all trees on the property labeled 1 through 6, which are right here, right here, right here, 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 and here. This actually represents trees 1, 2, 3, and tree number 6 that are protected, and trees number 4 and number 5 are proposed to be removed. Tree number 4, which is right here, is a laurel oak that is located on the property line. The removal of this tree has been discussed with the neighbor, and we have obtained a written approval for the removal of the tree, with additional landscaping being provided in its place. An arborist has inspected tree number 4 and determined that it is a high risk and it is in poor condition, citing several cavities that are open and significant decay on the inside. And this picture depicts those claims. Tree number 5 is a cedar tree, and it is in a fair condition, but presents a moderate risk due to substantial leaning towards the property, and therefore it is marked for the removal, right here. Additionally, hedges were planted along the property's edge, right here and here, to establish a boundary between the property and the sidewalk, enhancing both privacy and the landscape visual appeal. Breakaway walls have been included in the design, with smart vents placed throughout the exterior walls to address potential rising water levels and flooding concerns on Bayshore Boulevard. All equipment is installed above the design flood elevation. As an example, the AC units were placed behind the whiskey room, and they were placed at 16 feet. And all electrical outlets are positioned above the flood elevation. This concludes the section. I would like to turn it over to Carlos.
Thank you, Conrad. Thank you. I'm going to quickly go through the floor plans, then we're going to get to some of the sections and details, and we're definitely going to talk about that design flood elevation number, because we reverse calculated the same number, so you had a feeling for it. Ground floor, as we said, it is non-occupiable in terms of air-conditioned square footage. We only have access to the elevator, the stairs, and the door to the second story. On the second story, as you come out of the stairs, one of the things that we'll begin to talk to you about is that we did set back the structure, and we're going to show that to you in sections so it's easier seen. We've provided some graphics to assist that. But the part that's closest to Bayshore, the first step, as in the first step going from the first to second floor, steps back 7 foot. And it creates a balcony above the non-conditioned space below. So it begins that first step of 7 foot. Adjacent to that is the family room. We have the kitchen and open kitchen. We have a home theater and a pantry there. The rest of the floor is regarding a dining room, office, and then that whiskey room that was indicated. You can see again, as Conrad presented, these are the AC units and the electrical units and we will show you renderings of this that show that we've tried to buffer that from Bayshore as an element so it's not seen both with landscape and structure. Third floor, again, we'll show it to you in structure. It goes back to 12 foot or another 5 foot back. So it goes from 0 to 7 foot back to 12 foot back. So you'll see us in section as we're tiering that space back to the point where it's almost equal to the other side of the structure. Again, minimizing that massing, minimizing that impact of the structure along Bayshore and beginning to tier the home back. The rest of the floors that is the master suite with walk-in closets, bathrooms, open stair to below, and the elevator. This is the roof. Very quickly, it's a flat roof system. We have drawn it accurate on elevations. It is a low slope. It is intended to feel more modern and flat. I'm going to bring Hannah up. This is that diagram that I think you wanted to see at the last meeting. I'm going to bring Hannah up to here to go through this elevation and present a little bit.
So as you mentioned before, you wanted to see a flat elevation. This is our approximate elevation based on CAD drawings and different aerial views that we've gathered. So this elevation is looking south of our property. Our property is highlighted in yellow. We have our DFE at 13 foot highlighted in the red line, and then our proposed height of most of our roof is at 26 foot from the design flood elevation. Our maximum height of this tippy top, like a parapet, is very minimal on our building, and that's at 30 foot 6 inches. And then in the area, our maximum allowed height is at 35 foot above the flood elevation. Looking here on the bottom, we have our going north elevation. As you can see, this is the 825 Bayshore that was previously presented, and it is at the 29 foot 10 approximate above the design flood elevation that was talked about. So most of our elevation is actually below that at the 26 foot. And then as you can see as you go along, all of these structures are they are not at the FEMA regulated height. So if they were to be raised, they would actually be probably higher than our proposed height that we are talking about. As Carlos mentioned, we are stepping back, as you can see in our north elevation. This is facing the north side, and then as you can see, the red line illustrates a 7 foot setback and then the 5 foot setback from the Bayshore elevation, and then you can see the minimal parapet that's coming up here, but most of our maximum height is at the 26 foot. Here you can see the 13 foot design flood elevation, and then the bottom of our floor truss is actually at 1 foot higher than that at 14 foot.
So I'm going to just reiterate. So the required elevation for us to build at our 12 plus 1 is at 13. What we're proposing is the bottom of our structure is 1 foot higher than the proposed for the number that you were asking. We are proposing 1 foot higher than the minimum required by FEMA. So we're asking to go to bottom of structure at 14 foot, which as that works out to finished floor, to reverse engineer the numbers, which works out to 17.1, which is the number that we're requesting.
And then also reiterating the precedents that we've shown, we have the large vertical windows and then some punch windows on the side, which is facing the residence. So you wouldn't really see them from the Bayshore view. And then you can see at the dotted lines, we have the breakaway walls down below. And then speaking with staff, we were like on top of the massing setback that we did from Bayshore, we also stepped in this middle of the facade. It's about 2 feet stepped in, and then we're breaking up the massing by also adding these stone-cladded columns. So this is the south elevation. As Carlos mentioned, we have a whiskey room on the 2nd floor, and then you can barely see the mechanical units and the electrical panel are hidden behind that whiskey room, so you will not be able to see it from Bayshore. Going to the Bayshore elevation, our east elevation, you can see the stepped back front facade, as well as a whiskey room on the side. So we have the various height elevations to kind of break up that massing. And then we have our large overhangs, and then it continues just again to give it that depth and variation, and then bringing in the material of the metal fascias and the wood ceiling soffits here. Then we have our west elevation in the back. This is facing O'Brien Lane. This is our main entry for the residence. So you have your garage back here. You have our punch windows, covered balconies, and then again, you can see from the site plan, we have that grand oak back here. So you can see how our massing has kind of carved out to keep that roof system intact and also the pool design. So going into the building sections, again, we have that red line that shows the step back from the 7-foot and then the 12-foot back from that ground floor elevation. Foundation-wise, we start with the concrete piers and concrete slab. All of the ground floor is unconditioned, where we have the flood vents and we have the breakaway walls, and then all we have enclosed is that stair that goes up to the second floor. We have wood floor trusses that are 2 foot deep on each floor, and you can see our section of the storefront windows and the sliding glass doors that we have in the front facade. The whole structure itself is CMU going all the way up. And then as you can see, the very slight sloping of the roof, which is at 1/4 inch per foot slope. And then again, that parapet that comes a little bit higher. And then we have another wall section here that kind of cuts through that parapet that comes up. And then it also shows the stepped entry that we have, and then that large overhang that kind of covers that entry. So it creates this main entryway into the house. And then again, we have these smaller overhangs that kind of wrap around the house to break up that massing. Going into building finishes, we have our renderings next to our building finishes. I'm gonna kind of go through, and then if you wanna see any of the finishes up close, Carlos can bring them to you. So our main trim paint is sable to match the metal fascia, and then we have soju white as our main building finish, and then accent paint is the iron ore. And then we have our stone cladding, which are these columns and wall components that break up the massing, which is Decton Marmero stone cladding. And then we have our pool deck in the back, which is limestone shelf stone. And then we have longboard Endura 6-inch ceiling system, which is that wood cladding you see on the front balconies. And then again, we have our metal fascia, which will match the storefront system that we're using, which is the bronze anodized steel or aluminum. Going into our storefront system, we're using PGT as our basis of design. You can see our example below, or aside here. It is that bronze anodized finish as well. And then our metal railings will match that anodized aluminum as well. And then our hardware and lighting systems are also that dark bronze. So we have basis of design Baldwin Longview handle set as our main handles. And then our basis design for the sconces you see next to the garage is Transglobe lighting. And then we have 6-inch downlights on the front facade and the ceiling soffit, which is Statco Nuvo lighting. Then we have our wood elements, which are our wood fence with metal posts, seen in the rendering and an example here. And then we'll be using this wood that is similar to our ceiling soffit, and then we'll also be matching that wood fence gate on rollers in that back driveway that lets in the cars. And then we also have our garage, which is Clopay insulated steel garage door, which will also match that wood finish. And then lastly, we have on the side, you saw by the elevations, we do have the smart flood vents, which is flood flaps, and that'll be a bronze material as well. Going more into the renderings, we have our front rendering here, which you can see that adjacent buildings that we kind of talked about earlier, and the similar massing size and height. You can also see from Bayshore, you can't see the mechanical units behind, so those are well hidden. You can also see our stepped entry, into the building, and our punch windows and storefront, and then metal railings that we discussed earlier. Then this is the northern side where we discussed previously how we have the bump in here and then the stone cladded to break up that massing, as well as the stepped in balconies. Then we go into the back again, where we have that nice garage door that's coming in from O'Brien Street, and then our pool design, which was, it's only 12 inches above grade to comply with zoning and site that we discussed with staff. And then also, again, you see how the massing kind of carves out in accordance with that tree and keeping the root system preserved.
I'll finish this off in the levity of time. We appreciate your time presenting this. We do feel, though, that this is a project that is consistent with some of the precedents within the neighborhood. We're presenting a contemporary style with some coastal accents. We do believe it fits in respect to the massing of the site. We have worked hard with staff and appreciate their time, bringing attention of stepping back the site so it's not so massive on Bayshore, and actually taking a very delicate touch to that, as well as some of the material palettes and the colors. We again would request your final approval with any conditions that you see appropriate. I'm going to reiterate one thing, is that we are asking for 17.1, or we are going from a requirement of 13.0, we're requesting to go to 14 foot. Our client is also investing significant dollars in this and is looking to create a structure that will not just last this storm, but many more. And we do feel that a 1 foot, while it is higher than the minimum requested, is also not exorbitant. We did those elevations to show you that we believe we are consistent with the neighboring properties. We have built all those in Revit just to get a semblance. We did not pull a tape to the exact eve of every structure. I probably would be in handcuffs by now, but we did go with as much information as we could to be as accurate as we could. So with that, I will relinquish my 1 minute, 26 seconds left and answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner. Ron Vino, planner with Historic Preservation. When staff reviewed these plans, and there have been some changes along the way, we found it consistent with some conditions that are on page 3 of your staff report. We thought it was ready for preliminary approval with the Hyde Park Design Guidelines was our referencing. Earlier today, we used the Secretary of Interior Standards, this publication. This is for rehabilitating of historic structures. So we did not look at this document as we looked at this new construction moving forward. The standards that we used on the Hyde Park Design Guidelines are on page 3. There's 11 bullet items there. Initially, when we looked at this, we tried to provide guidance with their design team for the scale, massing, setback, and orientation were some of the issues that needed to be addressed. They made some modifications to the plans, and they were reflected today. When we first look at a project, we don't define the style as indicated in the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. We have them design the style. Once they design the style, they stay within the vocabulary of that style with the articulation on the building, which they've done this evening. There's a transition from the public spaces through the front porch. You know, some of the inspirations that you're going to see as the structures need to be elevated. You're going to see this grand staircase coming up in different fashions. They chose to do their vertical circulation interior. So they have a small podium by the front door. It's a little different fabric than what's out there, but he showed some references, not historic references, but references for new design in the district and outside the district. The fenestration patterns, there's a lot of punch openings there that we had him revisit. As I stated, you define the style, and then you stay with that vocabulary. So the designer feels like he's within the vocabulary of the style that they've selected. I think he did an admirable job defining the height from grade and the height of the structure. I'm sure there's more discussion that's going to come on that. There were multiple wall sections shown. The exterior material palette was very thoroughly discussed. They went through it, and they gave you their inspiration moving forward. The issues that we were hung up on as this came forward, and we said it should have had preliminary approval instead of final, and They made some modifications, I stated. It was to reduce the massing, the vertical massing and the horizontal massing. They made the attempts on the front elevation to break that down, and then on the north elevation, it comes in a couple feet with some pilasters. The south elevation speaks for itself, and then the rear also speaks for itself. So it was an overall massing exercise that we tried to work with them. Also, the orientation of the structure, when you look at the site plan, it's a little cocked on that site. With the dimensions of the parcel, he had some challenges. As staff went out there and we evaluated all the structures along Bayshore Boulevard, they're parallel to Bayshore Boulevard. So this one's a little cocked. I think it deserves further discussion as well. And then lastly is the driveway. The driveway and the vehicular access to the property should always be secondary. It should not take over the vista of Bayshore Boulevard. Earlier iterations of this, that hammerhead, if you will, was off to the side. There was a lot of different versions that we worked through. The last version that they showed this evening is right in the front door. It takes precedent. Staff has an issue with that. As part of the conditions, we told them to either reevaluate the position of that or eliminate it. They do have access off of O'Brien Lane off the back, and I think that would complement the corridor, or if they could reposition it. And that concludes my portion. I'll be here to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Ron. Is there anybody in the public that's here to speak for or against this project?
Same person.
You're getting your money's
Mike
worth.
Sork. I'm the house that's between the two. I guess I would just like to see that elevation of the height compared to the house that I live in.
Sir, if you could just state your name for the record.
Mike Sork.
Thanks.
Yep. I couldn't see it. It's an S, not a Z.
This, correct?
No, the one where you had the houses all across, but
This,
yeah, but I can't see with my name. With the,
this one right here.
okay, but I
This
can
is
see,
your-
yeah, but I can see it here.
You can see it here? The words happen to be right where we're seeing the transcript words, so they block the image behind it, which is why you can't see. So can you see it there?
Right, so you're approximately 10 feet higher than me?
No, more like 4.5. It's the difference between, this is your roof.
Right.
Am I allowed to speak directly to him to answer his question, legally speaking?
Go
Sorry.
ahead, go ahead.
That's fine.
Okay, all right. This is, and we don't have an exact number
No,
on your
that's
house,
fine.
but this is the difference between your house, which is, this is our height here, and that is the top of your roof there. So it's more about 4 foot difference. And we did model your house in a rendering that you saw at the end, so you could see the house in relation to yours.
I'm fine, thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. Not seeing any others, we're gonna go ahead and start with commissioner questions, and I can't remember which way I started, but I'll start with Commissioner Hammond.
No questions.
Hey, good evening. Thanks for the presentation. Just a quick question about the rear. Is the fencing as depicted, does that run up? Do you have any renderings of what the gate and fencing look like from the alley?
We have a basis of design.
Oop.
So this is actually a neighboring house. I believe it's like 3 or 4 houses down, and it'll be the similar finish to the wooden
Stain,
fence
we're gonna
right
use a
here,
similar stain to bring in the same vernacular.
with the metal, but it will be a rolling gate, just one way.
Okay,
But the
great.
same stacked board effect will carry over to the rolling, so it's consistent around the property.
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Can you pick up the elevations that show the height from grade?
This one.
No, one
grade.
before that one. There you go.
Oh,
There.
there, yeah,
So you're showing that where your grade's at 5.8 in AVD,
correct,
right? And then you're showing 9'4" to the bottom of first floor truss.
correct,
That puts us at 15 feet.
correct. Yes, 15 plus with fractions, yes.
But you're saying, what is your,
So I was using the finished floor of the first floor. So 9 foot, so 11 foot 4 plus 5.8. So 11.33 plus 5.8 puts us around 17.1. I was trying to give you in relation to the previous home, a similar datum point that you had in, so for relation points.
So what is your VE elevation dictated by FEMA?
13.
13, so you have to be at 14 feet.
No, we have to be at 13, bottom of structure is what we're required to be.
Right.
Instead, our bottom of structure is at 14. We're 1 foot higher than.
15.
14.
15.
Your bottom
So-
first floor truss is at 9'4", 9'4".
Bottom of our, so our NAVD 88 is at 8'4", and I'm gonna use it from 0 at this point for just different numbers. Right here, 8'4".
And what's the bottom of what?
That's the design flood elevation.
That's not bottom of structure though.
No, we're gonna go 1 foot higher. We're required to be at least that high. We're gonna go 1 foot higher than the minimum requirements by FEMA. So the bottom of our structure is 1 foot higher than the base flood elevation.
Okay. Okay, do you have any details on the windows that we can show returns and?
Yes.
This one's better.
Go ahead. We're gonna exit out of here and just zoom in a little bit.
Okay.
Go to here, the bus section. So it is gonna be on a precast, so the window will be, let's call it middle set. On a precast sill, we're gonna work to keep it relatively flush aside from water shedding, with that modern aesthetic being very clean versus like a break. You can see from there that it'll be, we haven't worked on the interior trim yet package, but it will be about a mid-set window on a precast sill. We're not gonna have that kind of pronounced lip to create that kind of frame, more that modern punch look or the modern storefront look, depending on which one. This happens to be a window. The doors, yeah, it looks like the layer's slightly off, but you can see it's a similar thing where it's gonna be a mid-set door. As a trim package, again, a mid-set door or a sliding door at the upper floors. A storefront type system.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Do you have a reference for, and we're looking for compatibility, right, with the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
And the little shed you've got on top of your building, the little shed roof.
Yes.
You know, does that match anything except somebody's garage? I mean.
Yes, sir. There's some pieces that begin to change the facading and breaking down the massing a little bit. It is set back. It is meant to break that line and create a little point of interest at the center of the house. It also begins ours design. There is, and I'll give you the address here. It is 4501 Bayshore is one example of kind of a.
Is that outside the historic district?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that a good example then?
We were, as discussed with staff, our goal was to find a similar characteristic, a styling, a contemporary design, and then follow through that. We did as much research through the district as we could, and understanding that we are within a historic district, but we're following more of a coastal contemporary manner. That is something that we picked, but that's open for, I mean, we can discuss that further with you.
But of course, you're trying to be compatible with the rest of, with the district
And
where
these
you
are,
find
yes, sir, these
yourself.
are within Bayshore. They're all on Bayshore, but they're in different areas within the historic.
So it's not in the historic district?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
all right.
That is correct.
I was also particularly concerned with the fence, which also did not seem to be very contextual.
I'm gonna get to the fence for you. If you wanna see a rendering, there's the fence.
Yeah. Any examples in the historic district?
We did find some adjacent, more in the back, with similar gate styles, which was a horizontal plank style.
I think I was asking about the fence and not the gate. And
Well, this-
I want to
this is
know,
a
I
wood
want to know
fence.
something, I want to know what's on, what's visible from Bayshore. You know,
I don't know
O'Brien
that we've.
seems to be a throwaway because that looks,
We don't have any examples for you tonight of any examples on Bayshore. That
Okay.
is something that we can work to bring forward. If that is something that's requested by it as a condition, absolutely.
Okay, and I'll leave a discussion of the windows to one of my fellow commissioners.
I don't have any questions right now.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for answering a lot of questions I would have had and that we had for the previous presentation. Could you bring up your site plan, please? Because that's where we should start.
Yes.
My main question is, tell me more about this whiskey room.
So fantastic selection with very high-end.
Okay, all right, all right.
I actually will, if you want to talk specific, I can bring Conrad back up. We'll bring about the site plan.
No, site plan, yeah.
Yes, right there.
So where does the fence start, since that was just recently the most recent question, regarding the fence and its visibility from Bay Shore?
Ooh, oh, there we go. Right there.
So the 6-foot privacy fence starts a little bit short where the whiskey room starts, and the bottom of this whiskey room is actually open, and it's all underneath the whiskey room is all grass, and we actually have a gate that is between the 2 columns underneath that whiskey room.
Okay, and the pool equipment there, that's not a grade, it's elevated, it's like suspended from the underside, or what is that?
The pool equipment is.
Can that be submerged, or it's gotta be flood-proof?
It's on a small pad.
It's gonna be on, it's gonna be a grade, but, yeah, so it won't be flood-proofed,
The pool
per
equipment
se.
this time is not flood-proof.
Okay.
That is correct. It is not flood-proof.
All right.
Doesn't- yeah, don't-
Okay, a couple things. Are you water, how are you waterproofing or flood-proofing the elevator?
There's a system, we'll look into that further, but there's a gate system I've used in other,
Okay.
we've done that actually snaps into place. There's a bracketing system, and you drop 1-foot panels with a gasketed system that actually compresses to meet the design guidelines.
Gotcha.
We can provide those details. I've used them on other projects.
It doesn't face the public. I was just,
No, sir.
it was
It's
just
within
curious.
this- it's within this
Just
reference,
curious. Do the stairs break away? Are they open tread? Even though I know they're interior, they're not even visible from the street, and it's really none of our business. I'm just asking because I want to know. How are the stairs designed?
At this time, I'll be honest with you, we haven't worked through the exact details of those stairs.
Because it doesn't matter to us.
Yes, sir. We
Okay.
haven't gotten to that yet.
All right.
They're probably going to be a metal structure. The intent is for them to withstand the water, and but we have some preliminary details of a metal structured stair.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, back to the site plan. Let's talk about the driveway. Zoom out a little bit, please, so we can see some context around it. And then, yeah, okay. I understand the idea. It'd be nice if the building geometry just had a nod of some kind,
Mhm.
to being perpendicular to Bay Shore,
Mhm.
to kind of mitigate the offset angle and all that kind of stuff. Maybe the balcony or something, the front porch roof is parallel to the street or something else like that to kind of give that
We
some
we
sort
did
of
look at various
tie-in geometry?
options.
Yeah.
With an orthogonal concept, introducing a linear, a diagonal triangular element, I was as concerned we would get very negative because it would look, I'm not gonna say as far as Rum Koolhaas, but it would definitely have had a distinct difference. We attempted
From
rotations.
everything else in the whole
Yes,
house.
sir.
There's
We
nothing
attempted,
else.
and we did overlays with staff. We angled it, we twisted it, we flipped it, we turned it.
Yep.
I think it would be fair to say with staff, we went through at least 10 to 12 site flip, turn, because we ended up midway through the process, we did a complete mirror. Flipped, turned, pushed. All in, and it was, by the way, we worked strenuously with Department of Transportation. Once we got their approval, we didn't get natural resources, so we had to flip it to get natural resources approval, which then threw us off on transportation. It really is that you push one thing and one thing threw it off. So we got them both to the point where they both felt that this met their requirements, that then introducing that angled element through another level of complexity. So yes, I'm not disagreeing with you, you're right. It just added that other
I'd almost
Rubik's
like to
element.
see an arc that matched the arc of the street or something, you know, something related to that. But that's,
We didn't find any arcs in the district that I found at least that looked in a appropriate way.
is there a curb cut currently on the property? I
Yes,
didn't look at
there's
that.
one curb cut. I can show you in the survey if you'd like to see the survey.
Yeah, I would,
Yes, sir.
please. Because I don't recall seeing it.
Right here. This is the current curb cut as it stands with the survey.
Okay.
This current curb cut does not respect the tree offset. The house does not respect the tree offset. We tried diligently. Staff very much made their point known to us. It was, which entity do we satisfy? We came into, so we did move the drive, as you saw, out of the tree protection radius. It did move it. We would have loved to use the existing curb cut. We were not opposed to it. We even have, on the chance that you brought this to us, we did an alternate version of the site to show you that we weren't gonna show unless we tried to get closer to the tree, but without doing it, and then finding a turning radius with a 3-point turn that still allowed you to come in, do a turn and come out was challenging.
With anything but a Miata.
Again, the hardships of the site are the trees.
Yeah.
Is the pie-shaped site that we're trying to find solutions. Ultimately, that this doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. It wants to blend with the other contemporary houses within the district.
From the civil engineering standpoint, I was interested in the storm retention system beneath the front yard and beneath the driveway.
He has not been sworn in, so if you need it, you can.
Well, you were speaking. Can you speak on the retention system?
Yes.
Okay. Just so we don't have to swear anybody else in.
Of course,
speed it up.
of course.
I was just curious, do you have to raise the grade at all? What's the water table there? Do you have to raise the grade at all to make
We
that
do
work?
not
Have you
have to
done all
raise-
the perking and all that? It's already
We
taken
do not
care
have
of?
to raise the grade. This
Okay.
retention will be right underneath the driveway. It's gonna be almost like a French drain style drain underneath it.
Okay.
And
Alright.
on the left of the property and right over the property, you can see the ADS piping picking up all the runoff water from the roof, and we are avoiding the root zone of the
Yeah.
trees.
No,
Here.
I don't have any other, the only question I had was the curb cut to the driveway. That was really something, again, that the city brought up, and it, would you be amenable, even in this situation, to slide it over a little bit closer to the tree to get it off the center of the house?
I think we can talk, but I think we'd be amenable to working with staff and doing that, yeah.
Okay.
As you saw, we after meeting with them,
You
we did
have an
try.
alternate. You have
So
an
we're
alternate, I
definitely
saw.
willing to work with
Okay.
your team and try different solutions, yes.
Okay. That little peak on the top of the house, that's not the elevator that's not the elevator overrun, is it?
It's kind of identifying the vertical shaft.
It is identifying the
Right,
elevator,
so
okay.
the intent is, as you see, at the third floor, it's actually further forward too, but on the third floor, we did create a second floor to third floor kind of open atrium, and it does begin to break up the kind of linearity of the site. It's something that we're obviously willing to discuss with staff. We felt it added a little other contemporary nod to just breaking up that horizontality, but it's because the horizontality is pretty significant throughout the project.
It's almost too much, in my opinion, but that's, I think it's far enough back that it doesn't, that it adds some interest, but doesn't really make the house feel too tall.
Sorry.
But my initial thought was that it's just too much, it makes the house feel too tall compared to your next door neighbor.
I'm going to show you in sections so you can see in relation to the front.
Yeah, I remember, it's pretty far
Okay.
back.
Trying to not make you dizzy here.
It's pretty far recessed.
There we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go, yeah,
There you
yeah.
Correct, and
Okay.
it's, we're showing you obviously viewpoints. You're 100% right. It's set back from your vista from the sidewalk. It only kind of creates this other layer eyebrow,
Yeah,
just a little
yeah.
further back. It's not.
You'll see
proud
it
of
from
the
a boat in the water.
You'll see it from above the water from a pirate ship. You
Okay,
absolutely
yeah,
will, yes.
all right. That's all I got. I don't have any other questions.
So of the example of the other homes that you showed,
Yes, sir.
which of those are in the historic district?
Of the case studies from the
Yes.
photos,
Mhm.
I don't know that we have exact information. We went around, not specific to.
111 Bay Shore is in.
111 Bay Shore, I believe, is a few blocks away.
1405 is.
And then I think also Rome.
In Rome, yeah, 11103 Rome.
Okay, and then scroll down to the other case studies. I think those are further down Bay Shore. Yep,
Yeah.
those are towards, that's at the end. Yep, next to the Stovall.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nice presentation, very thorough. Very much appreciate that. Can you go back to that exhibit where you showed all the houses?
Of course.
So in our previous applicant's application, it came up that the house, a couple of houses, I guess, north, is it 821 or 819?
821 right here is, yeah, is quite high.
That required a height variance. And I'm looking at your exhibit, and you are as tall, if not taller. Are you?
No, we are not. We are not asking for a height variance.
And it is an approximation. We don't have the exact height, so that's based off of images that we took.
We tried to get as best as we could, so.
Okay, okay.
I think that's just the front facade, so.
Just to give you some background on that, the height measurement has changed over time. When that structure came forward, it was from grade. We measured height to the ridge. Now we measured from finished floor.
Okay, there you go. All right.
That's
All right,
great.
fair enough.
Exactly what he said. Thank you, Ron.
If you'll go back
I
to
owe him a
the
drink
site
after that one.
plan, go back to the site plan that shows the existing trees, please. And my question is, you show this green tree root protective circle, which is great. What about the branches? How many branches are you taking off specifically on that tree in the back?
The 32 inch?
Yeah.
We have an arborist report. We did have all these, arborist report on all these trees. I think we did submit them for the record. The arborist felt like we could do some pruning and handle that tree without major damage. So we do have that information that we have submitted for your review. But we will, you're 100% right, we will be having to do some trimming and some cutting back to make that. But we are committed to that. That is, as you can see, that's a design element for the house. So we will ensure that that tree has a longevity as best to our ability.
Right, and then on this, which is the one that is at the northeast corner that's to be protected?
Northeast
Is
corner.
that
I think
supposed to
it's,
say Point Sienna? Is that what that is?
yeah, Point Sienna. There you go.
Don't believe that's spelled correctly, but it's all right. All right, but that's.
Point, yeah, it's like the Point Sienna.
All right. All right, we talked about the parapet roof on the top. I'm gonna skip that one. All right, do you have a perspective coming from downtown? You've shown us elevations, rendered elevations straight on. Do you by chance, can we see what it would look like if we're coming from downtown? Because that's that part of the house.
I would
that-
say this is
All right,
a
that's-
little more face forward to what you're talking about,
Yeah.
but maybe if you, we don't have that, if that's something that's necessary, we can
No,
have
no.
it, but this is your angle. Just it's a
Okay.
less of a hard angle and,
Okay, well, this goes to a couple of the questions.
yes.
One, on some elevation, I thought I saw a stair on the north side of the house.
So on the other side, on the south elevation, there's only a small stair to get to the electrical panel.
Okay.
It's just it's a small stair for access, and we can show that to you.
Okay, but.
But you
no-
cannot see it from Bay Shore.
Okay, but nothing on the north side.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so go back to that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
On your site plan, these little curbs that are in front of the house, little planters, low planters, you feel like those are necessary, or what are they doing?
The intent is to bring some softness to the facade, to bring a little bit of greenery to the front and soften the contemporary elements.
Okay.
It's something that we can obviously discuss with your team.
Okay, so I answered, or you answered one of these questions. I had originally on this view from downtown. To me, this is where the scale really hits you, because if you're coming from South Peninsula, you're not gonna hit this scale. It's not gonna hit you in the face.
Right.
But
You're
coming
seeing kind of from the
downtown,
angle of the side. Agreed.
You're gonna see this.
Agreed.
And my question is, I heard the whole, we mirrored, we flip-flopped, we did this.
Mm-hmm.
But on some of those examples that you showed, they had a lot of glass, a lot more glass than you had. the setbacks were a little bit more pronounced. And like in this view, I see a tremendous amount of that north side of the house. And I get that you articulated it. I appreciate that. But did you explore any other way of maybe softening that blow, the scale, when you're coming from downtown?
I would say that the best answer to your question is working in section up, so I'm gonna just jump over to the section here. This is a view I think you're talking about when you're coming down. You're almost seeing a portion of this facade before you see any part of the Bayshore facade, which would be the north facade. What we did is originally this pile went up, and this facade, all of it was much more further forward. In working with staff, we removed this and turned this into more of a balustrade, kind of a low partial wall that engaged the railing system. We kept the overhang roof, but we also pushed it back, so it's not a fully covered, to kind of still create kind of the linearity and that eyebrow at the top, but push the facade back. So as we said, from this line to this line, there's a 12-foot setback from that facade.
I'm listening, but can you put that rendering back?
Yes. This one.
Okay. All right. All right, that. Oh, and then last question about the driveway. You've got great access on O'Brien. You've answered the fence questions and all that. Why a driveway at all?
The address is on Bayshore. The deliveries will, for the most part, happen on Bayshore. There was an existing drive that was there that we felt we were trying to keep as close to it. And I think for the clients, in terms of those deliveries, those access points, it is not intended to be a parking. There's no garage access. It's all from the rear. I think that's part of the value of also having a Bayshore address. They're obviously paying a premium for this property. There's no doubts that they're paying a high premium. They're paying for a Bayshore address. They're investing in this community. And that driveway and that access point is important to them as a community member. To be able to come out and access, that sidewalk is still gonna be there, and you're right about that. But I think the driveway still speaks to the fact that you're on Bayshore, and they've worked, invested in this community to get that drive.
Sure, I understand that. Okay. And you're, in this rendering, you're not showing that existing tree?
No. Fine, no, you're right. I think it blocked the entire facade, to be honest with you.
Carlos, that's because architects love to see the
It's
building.
called entourage in the old days. We put it in front of things you didn't want to see. I remember the cut book. It is a large tree, and I think you'd agree it would have blocked the entire facade if we had put it there, but it is there and is intended to be kept.
So, again, that goes back to one of the questions that I said I'd already answered. And I know why you did it. You got the protrusion because of the lot.
Yes.
But it almost seems like it needs to be on the other side of the house. And it seems like the view needs to be sucked into the house. And especially with that tree there. Because I look at these balconies and I go, well, if you're gonna be looking directly into a canopy, what's the point?
And to be fair, we have one on each corner. So if we move to the other side of the site, we have the same tree there.
Yeah.
So it's either side we go to, we have and they're both 24 inches, by the way.
Yeah, right.
We have one on either side. So it's the driveway, trying to sleeve it in between the trees, trying to keep the trees. It is a challenging site.
Yeah.
And again, appreciative all the time staff has met with us, just trying to say, what do you think of this? And transportation and natural resources were great.
Okay.
How does the front relate to your neighbor there?
So we're online with that. So
but is yours further up than your neighbor who's here?
we have it on our site. Let me show you our site plan.
Are they even, I guess, is what I'm saying in a layperson?
I'll show you.
Okay.
So there you go.
Okay.
Actually, let me go down one, just because then we can get there. So we modeled them both. It's hard to say that because access to Bay Shore is further than our access to Bay Shore because of the curve we're on.
Right.
So they are more forward, but to be fair, the whole site is more forward. So yes and
visually-
no?
So visually, it doesn't look, you're not gonna see it.
Yes, we're both parallel
yeah.
to the same property line, but because their whole site is more forward, their whole building is more forward.
Okay. So when you come around Bay Shore from downtown, is the front of your house gonna stick out more?
No, they'll be
than-
out more than us.
Okay.
So you won't even see the north elevation, frankly.
You're coming on the curve, so their house is proud of ours, but so is their site. So,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
Okay. And then you
Yes.
show the fence on that side coming almost to the front.
It goes to, it's set back right here.
Yeah.
I'll zoom in a little bit.
Is there a reason why it's coming that far forward to the house and not further back? Just
I will be honest with you, we pulled it back. Originally it was flush. We actually met with staff. The recommendation was to push it back, so we
Yeah.
did. We found a point that seemed reasonable within the renderings, that felt like it was still there. It's to capture the property and to prevent anyone from accessing the back at a
Yeah.
more forward position.
I would say just coming around Bay Shore, I don't know that I would want to see a fence. know,
To
but-
your same point, with this being the corner of the home right here, by the time you're to where you can see it, there's a chance you'd be past it, because you are kind of hitting, that curve.
You promise? I do that every
I,
day.
I don't want to get you in an
I
accident
drive
where you're
this
looking
road
to your right to prove me wrong.
Every single day, and if I say,
No, I
"There's
hear
that
ya.
fence."
I will just stay with the point that this is the point to the house adjacent, and I would say we're maybe 10 foot back from the
Okay.
front of the adjacent home, approximately.
I would just say, just take a look at it, just.
We would be happy to make that condition and work with staff to find something that's
Yeah.
appropriate to your guidelines.
Really quickly related to that, what is that wall just to the left or right of the number 9 in the N90?
That's a site, that's existing, right?
That's their existing
That's the neighbor's, wall. That's
site
the-
wall.
The site-
And then
I
the
think
little
that's actually-
jog, the little jog to the right of that 9?
This?
No, down below to the 9, at the number 9 and N90.
Number 9, this.
That little line, that's the facade of the
Yes,
house?
Yes.
Correct.
Would you be opposed to lining the fence up with that line?
No,
Okay,
we would be happy to.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions?
The balconies,
Yes, sir.
are those horizontal metal or are they glass?
Yes, sir, they're horizontal metal.
Okay, and they're bronze?
Dark anodized bronze, yes. Black, dark anodized bronze.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Not okay, but okay.
All right, you have, I don't see any other questions. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose.
In the interest of time, we appreciate your time, and we'll give it back to you for any additional discussions you have.
Perfect, thank you. All right, at that, we're going to close the public portion of the hearing, and we will move on to discussion. Oh, that's right. Yeah, public comment was, yeah. I was going to go with that, Dan. I was going to ask again. All right, so we're at discussion.
I'm all in favor of any house that has a whiskey room. That's just my 2 cents. No, I think they've got a very difficult site. I think they've dealt with an enormous number of, the first thing I would have thought of is, okay, how is the site draining? Oh, we have underground site retainage, under the driveway. But I'm like, great, fantastic. I think the mass will be mitigated by the trees as long as the trees still stand, because trees are never permanent. But neither is the house. I like that they've taken the minimum flood elevation and just gone 1 foot for kind of like a safety factor, and I'm okay. So they've almost kept it minimal, but not gone 2.5 feet. I think there's a difference there. I also love the fact that the stairs are all interior, that it looks like a 3-story house, and you can't even tell that it's a 2-story house on a platform. I think that's a really nice design decision. I don't have to, the aspect of the turn, that hard corner at the front that you were talking about, the corner from the facade facing Bay Shore, turning to the north corner, it's kind of an abrupt and change of design feel as soon as you turn that corner. The north wall all of a sudden becomes blank with a few punch windows, when I'd almost like to see something wrap the corner, a void or a porch, or, you know, even just a, you know, structural frameless glass or something to turn the corner and not make the two facades so disparate. But, you know, we don't design these things, you know. I'd make a lot more money if I designed these things. But, no, I think all my questions are answered. I think they did a very nice job. I think it's a very thorough presentation. And, I got nothing.
I would say move the fence back a little bit, and I know on another project that brought the planters, that we asked them to remove them, in the historic district, that they specifically came with the same look. And so I would say we gotta be consistent and ask these folks not to have the planters as well, as much as I like them, personally, but, you know, I'd hate to have them and then somebody say, well, you told us for our house, we couldn't have them. So I think they've gotta go.
Each house is different, but I don't think they add a whole lot, so.
Right, right.
I don't think they
So-
add anything.
Right,
I don't think they
right.
add anything that you couldn't just plant something
Yeah.
at grade, you know, yeah.
And I'm a little, I like the design, you know, I'm having a little bit of heartburn that it's so modern looking, but, you know, there are some other examples in the district. The house next door is modern looking, we can't dictate the style, so I'm welcome to hear what you all think of
Well, the question
of
is,
it.
have they carried that theme consistently throughout the design?
I think they have, the coastal theme, I think it has worked, throughout the design from my layman's, you know, opinion of it. I don't know that the metal and all that, you know, maybe a little bit more glass, or the metal of the railings, you know, seems a little harsher than the coastal, but it's not such a distinctive feature from the rest of it.
I will state that and this is my personal opinion, if I was designing in a historic district, I would design a modern house. Okay, I would design in steel and glass and modern materials and modern massing in a historic district if you're building a new house. And the actual standards, sort of without telling you what style to build, they suggest that. They suggest that if you're building new, you should honor the mass and the scale of the historic neighborhood, but build of your time now. And that distinguishes it. That way nobody's ever confused what's historic and what's not historic, you know?
Right,
You build a
right.
modern building that tries to look historic, it actually diminishes the value of the true contributing structures
Yeah.
in the historic district. So I'm always gonna be in favor of a modern, new piece of construction in a historic district.
I just don't think that enough effort has been expended to make it compatible. We can make, the town is full right now of really mediocre, supposedly modern buildings. And they have a lot of modern elements. But I find that the proportional studies that would make this more compatible with the neighborhood have just been ignored. But I'm not the designer. And I also wish that it was, the geometry of Bay Shore at this point is really tough, and I think the building that exists there now responds to the geometry better than this one. So I find it problematic.
I hear you. I hear you. It doesn't face Bay Shore, which is also a little problematic. That's what I was trying to get at, making some adjustment to the geometries that it would face the street directly.
It's the
Like the
existing
grand,
house does.
like the grand, and most of the other grand houses are. But I think we kind of need to look at Hyde Park Historic District facing Bay Shore as a different kind of house than anywhere else in the historic district, because it's facing Bay Shore. And, you know, that's the grand promenade of Tampa, where grander than typical houses and larger than typical houses are built. Yes, some are way, you know, recessed back from the street with big front yards and all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some of those being subdivided and having bigger houses built on them in the future and that kind of thing. You know, I mean, in Hyde Park, we have 20-story towers in Hyde Park facing Bay Shore. So,
But at the same time, I understand, and that was my point about, you know, I'm not sure that it really fits with it, that there's only 3 other examples within all of Hyde Park. And so eventually, are you gonna get to the point where the homes that are on Bay Shore, that are in the historic district, look no different than the homes that are down Bay Shore, close to Stovall House and Chapin, which is close to where that other one was, and, you know, that are outside the district?
That's a good point.
And so, should the homes that are in the district on Bay Shore speak more towards the homes that are in Hyde Park than the homes that are outside of
outside,
Hyde Park?
that's a very good point, excellent point.
They can through scale and massing.
Right, they can
But
relate.
not- But it's not our purview to dictate whether it's contemporary or traditional.
What
or anything
style.
like that.
It's
So that-
quality.
So that's what you have to look at.
Quality
is,
of construction,
does
quality of
this-
materials.
yeah, Does this scale and massing, and that's where the staff had some concerns.
It's very-
And, right, and Commissioner Myers has concerns. I have some concerns, and frankly, some of his examples, I thought, did a better job on the setback. It still presents to me that north, he did a nice job, but the south part of it is very single plane, which is, you go to Euclid or El Prado and they're lined up. Anybody on this side?
Yeah, real quick. So two concerns. One, like I said before, under previous, 39 foot 10 inches is up there. And we're starting to get, they're creeping up. The houses are already, not even 30 minutes later, it's already creeping up.
If you build a new house to FEMA,
Right.
you're going to be that, you're gonna be that high.
But there's a way that you could bring that house down another 4 feet by getting rid of the top.
You can
that top
mitigate it.
cupola, or whatever you wanna call it. One. Two, the north facade, though you don't see it as you come around from Bay Shore, the neighbor does. And we're trying to protect the neighborhoods, right? So as his neighbor looks at his house, he's gonna see a racquetball wall. And that's, you know, we're trying to protect the neighbors as well as the neighborhood. So that's it.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I very much appreciate the comprehensive presentation. I don't like the planters, and I don't like the precedent of it, so if it moves forward, I would support having the planters removed. And I don't love the cupola if it's not there for a design reason, for the elevator or something else, so I just think it adds more to the massing that is already excessive, or at least it's quite generous. And while the modern looking style is, it's not typical of the district, I don't find it offensive, but it is blocky, and for some of the reasons that others have described, if some of those elements could be softened, that it would seem to me to meet the compatibility expectations. And lastly is just the parking lot in the front. When you have a perfectly viable rear entrance that you're engaging, which is, I think, a great approach. I think folks know where I stand on really, you know, Mr. Vila said it well. It's, you've got the vista of Bay Shore, and then it's broken up by this large slab, and we're seeing this proliferation of more and more concrete along the Bay Shore vista. So it's very challenging for me to support all the other aspects that I find, you know, agreeable, but with putting essentially a parking lot in the front is very concerning.
Okay, so we've got some options.
Yeah. I've got a couple notes that, you know, obviously eliminate the planters. I think that's loud and clear. The moving the fence back to align with the adjacent neighbors, house. I'm going to throw out mitigate or push back the angled roof cupola to minimize its appearance from Bay Shore. Or eliminate it altogether if there's no real purpose to it. And then shield, now the new one, the shield or soften the driveway design with landscaping so that it doesn't have an appearance from Bay Shore of being naked concrete somehow. You know, I mean, even if it's shrubbery or plants or something to shield it from view. What do you think of them? I mean,
Well,
I'm not telling them how to do it.
I guess what I was gonna say was more, Gail, and I'm asking was, do we, look at a preliminary approval and have them go back and just give it one more shot at, a little bit of,
On that north side.
Somebody else have notes or a motion?
Dan, do I have to reopen to address the,
Yes, if you want to discuss, definitely reopen your public hearing.
okay. We'll go ahead and reopen it so the applicant.
Thank you. We are willing to push the fence back to indicate, to what you indicated. We will remove the planters from the front and go with just the drive. We are very much willing to modify or remove the cupola that is on the front to meet with the comments that you made, all of which we're willing to work with staff if permissible by you. We also will look at that corner that you indicated about the transitioning of the storefront to the side. We're very willing to continue to, as we have demonstrated throughout this process, we have done a lot of working with staff. We're very willing, again, at your discretion, to work with them on those specific elements and specifically agree to remove those elements as you've indicated.
And softening
And
impact of the parking lot.
yes, ma'am, and I don't know if you saw that, but there is a continual hedge along there, so it is not direct, there is no just lawn. We did block some of the views as you come around Bay Shore, so there is a continuous green hedge, and I can show that to you.
So real quick, while I've got you, that
Yes, sir.
alternate that you showed us on the driveway,
Yes, sir.
you ultimately did not go with that because the turning radiuses didn't work or didn't work as well?
It didn't work as well. It is a much more difficult turning pattern. We specifically did what you had indicated, which is try to move it as far as we could. And we wanted to bring it because we knew it would come up. We wanted to be prepared. We wanted to show you. It is difficult. I just wanted to point out, on both schemes, we do have shrubbery to begin to mitigate some of those views. But we're willing to continue to work with you to shield the drive if that is.
So does this pass transportation's?
We have not presented this to transportation yet. The other one did meet transportation's requirements. This one we did as a design iteration to test the theorem as we received the comments from staff.
So like difficult, meaning a 5-point turn instead of 3-point?
Yes, ma'am, or 6.
My opinion is that this Vista is such a valuable asset that any and all efforts should be made to minimize concretizing it. I just made that word up.
Well,
Endless proliferation of new curb cuts, circle drives, and, you know, in this case, you very, I think very, a well-done job of providing the rear exit, and then you just kind of lost me on this front.
Well,
So any way to soften
understood.
it.
Well, Carlos, I've had the pleasure of working with Carlos over the years. He's very talented. There's a lot of different technology out there with GeoWeb and things
There
like
is.
that you can have a functional driveway, as long as it's not intended to park cars and have tons of traffic on it, that can convey,
That's
the green area.
basically what I meant by the softening
Yeah,
of
right.
of the cement appearance and somehow or another mitigate
You
that.
could put the lazy Susan like they have down.
There's also,
Away.
there's also,
I
I
know.
wanna note this, this is one of those places on Bay Shore where the distance between the sidewalk and the curb is pretty sizable. You're pretty
know it.
far away from the sidewalk to get to your property line even. There's a lot of right-of-way area there with a lot of green space already there.
That's my position.
We're willing to continue to work with staff on options like this to attempt to soften it. And maybe this is moving too far. Maybe it's a little bit less. we're willing to continue to work with staff to meet those requirements and those
Okay,
conditions.
any other questions or comments? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and close the public portion of the hearing again. Okay, does anybody want to proffer a motion based on comments?
So any of my four notes, the no plans to remove the fence, mitigate or eliminate the angle. Roof cupola and shield or soften the driveway design?
I would add to continue to work on the transition from the Bay Shore frontage to the north side.
Okay.
On the north side wall. Yeah.
And is this preliminary or final? Do we make them come back again? Or do we let them work with staff? Are these major issues?
I would like to see it again.
I think you only know by making a motion and.
Well, I was gonna say, but how long is that gonna be delayed to? You know, to see it again, how far down the road?
Probably October.
We're in the October cycle at this point, so if this is something that you feel significant enough, it's gonna be October 6th.
I don't think it's significant enough personally. Okay. I think it's something, I mean, we're not telling them to move the building or move doors or change windows or.
Well, potentially on that
It's-
transition to the
it's a-
front, but.
It's a big new structure of a somewhat unconventional
Right.
to the historic district.
But it's literally, the north
in
wall
an
is 10 feet away. I mean, I'm just gonna
No,
discuss this. It's the north wall is 10 feet away from the house next door, and the house next door is proud of it. So, I mean, even walking by Bay Shore, you're gonna see that north wall transition corner for 10 seconds.
I would feel more comfortable seeing it again. I'm one of.
I would agree. I think, if nothing else, just, and I know that the homeowners have probably been waiting a while and all that, but, I think for the purposes of goodwill to the public and public engagement and the public knowing that it was reviewed, because it is gonna look so different from the rest of Hyde Park, I'd be in favor of having it come back. I don't expect that there's gonna be huge, maybe changes on that north side, but even if there's additional windows, or whatever, it might be worth for the public to know it was looked at again.
I concur.
Commissioners, I just wanted to offer, and kind of feeling the scope of what this case would be coming back. We have a small slot on September 17th that could accommodate, in that special public hearing, could accommodate
Was it September or August?
September 17th.
Oh, I thought we were having.
We have a third meeting in September
Okay.
that just has a PD and Ala vacating on it right now. This would kind of complement that agenda, if that's acceptable to, yeah.
Is it acceptable to the applicant?
Oh,
Well, we'll ask
I
him
think
once
you
the
have to
motion.
finish your
yeah,
motion.
may finish your
I haven't even
motion.
started the motion yet.
Go ahead.
Hit it.
We've just been discussing the terms. All right, so we're back here at preliminary. Okay, I move to grant a preliminary approval for ARC 25-0000-343 at 827 Bay Shore Boulevard in Tampa. With the following conditions.
To the September 17th, 2025 hearing.
I'm not continuing it yet. I was gonna continue. Am I continuing it?
We have to continue.
Preliminary approval with continuation?
Yes.
Right. Well, I'm preliminary approving it, and its final approval, it's not being continued. The final approval will be heard at the September 17th hearing, correct?
Yes.
It's not a continuation.
You're getting preliminary approval, yes, for the property.
Right, but it's not a continuation.
No, it's not a total continuation.
Right.
What a preliminary approval is gonna do is you're gonna specify what you would like the applicant to bring back at
Right.
the subsequent hearing.
And final approval on September 17th, or hearing.
Right.
Right,
We'll
okay.
just stick
All
with
right.
the preliminary for today.
Okay. Well, I'll start over. Move to grant a preliminary approval for the drawings and documents as presented at this public hearing for ARC 25-000-343 at 827 Bayshore Boulevard, with the following conditions. That the applicant move the north portion of fence facing Bayshore to align with the facade of the adjacent house, that the applicant remove all planters from the Bayshore facing side of the house, mitigate or push back the angled roof cupola, shield or soften the driveway design in some way, shape, or form, transition the front elevation to the north elevation in a, consider transitioning from a, in a softer manner from the front elevation to the north elevation that can be seen from Bayshore, and that we will hear the final hearing for the next final approval on September 17th at 5:30 p.m.
May I just add an element to that? It's shield or soften the driveway or explore an alternate position on the site.
So amended.
Okay, so we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Anybody against? No? Motion passes unanimously. Oh, jeez, I forget every time. You understood everything we just talked about? You agree to it?
Disappointingly, yes.
Okay. It passes, and we will see you back in September.
You just want to see us again for the presentation.
In a month.
With the whiskey room. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time.
Wouldn't hurt your odds to bring some whiskey with you.
Commissioners, moving down our agenda, Ron Velam, staff with Historic Preservation. Our next agenda item is ARC 25-00-00348. This is for the address of 1203 South Gumby Avenue. This is also in the Hyde Park Historic District. The primary structure is contributing that dates back to 1915. There also is a contributing shed that's there, or accessory structure. This site has no alley access. Everything is off the primary street. The zoning is RS 60. Their request is for a certificate of appropriateness for an addition to the primary structure, rehabilitation with site improvements. Currently, it's a modest structure at about 2,000 square foot. They're opening the front porch, they're removing an addition in the back, and then they're adding, this is a one-story structure that they're adding a one-story structure addition to the rear of about 429 square feet for a total of 2428. Just quickly going through the photo presentation. As always, I like to start with the Sanborn map. You see the property in question. It is on Gumby. It is a contributing structure. This is our vicinity map that shows the current location of it. You see the proximity to Hyde Park Village, to Howard Avenue and Bay Shore. This picture gives us a couple of points of interest. You see the front porch is enclosed. On the gable end, they have some knee brackets. You see on the front, this was vehicular parking before these people bought it. Once again, this is showing the front porch that's encapsulated. You see the heavy seal in the header, which indicates that porch was open, as well as the Sanborn map. You see the little pop-up that was original to the structure as well. This is the south elevation abutting the common property line. This is the structure to the south. Going back to the subject site, once again, the enclosed porch as it wraps around, and you see the architectural elements indicating that was a porch. This is looking at that north elevation a little bit more closely. You see the parking now, you see the pea gravel. This is going to be a linear driveway, and the front yard is going to be brought back to turf. There is a tree here that terminates the parking, how far it could go, and that'll be indicated on the presentation. Just want to call that out so you have a point of reference. Gumby is a very tight street. There's parking, so getting the cars off of the street would be advantageous to everybody. Looking down Gumby, this is the subject site in both directions. Just moving to the rear. This was non-permitted addition back in the day. You see the accessory structure that is not part of this request. The request is focusing on the site and the structure itself. Once again, looking at the rear of the contributing structure on different angles, here and here. Once again, you see the period home as it terminates here. Then with the addition, you see the knee brackets that are incorporated into the project. There is a gable vent that's characteristic to the primary house. And once again, this is the shed or the accessory structure that is not part of the request. So please focus on the site and the primary structure. That concludes the photo presentation, and we'll have the agent move forward.
Can everybody see?
Yes.
All right, great. Good evening, my name is Hanso, and I'm the agent and architect for this project. So let's jump right into it. This right here, Ron has already mentioned some of the improvements that we're gonna make. This right here is the site plan. The original part of the house is highlighted here in gray, and the yellow area is the area that we're proposing to add the addition to. What's not shown on here is part of this yellow area was that existing back addition that was constructed without a permit here. And I'll talk about some of the parking later in the presentation. The next slide over is gonna show the existing front elevation, and then on top is gonna be the new front elevation. What we are proposing to do is to do away with all the windows and what used to be this porch, and we're gonna reopen back up this porch. We're also going to reconstruct this concrete stairs. Right now, they're basically in bad shape, and those need to be replaced. But all the other features are going to stay, with the exception of anything that needs to be replaced. Next slide over is gonna be the rear addition. As we mentioned before, this entire back half, well, not the back half, but a good 1/3 of the back will be demolished. And then this is showing our new proposed elevation in the back, which would have a recessed window, and then off over to the left will be the new covered porch. Next slide over is gonna be the side elevation. So this side is the north elevation. So here in the front, what we'll do is, previously there was just stairs leading right into the deck, so we're proposing a small landing, and then we'll reintroduce the steps as well with wood railings, and then we're gonna open back up the porch as mentioned before, and then we're gonna introduce a new covered porch in the back, and then some living space as well on the side. This is the last remaining elevation. Same principles, new landing, new concrete steps, opening back up the porch, and then the new addition in the back. And then we try to have the windows as proportionate as possible. Next slide over is gonna be the sections and the details. So this is a section cut through the new exterior wall, the back addition, showing some of the features that we're going to replicate with the house, including the exposed rafters. And then over here is an enlarged section through the window, and I'll zoom in on that later down in the presentation. Next slide over is a section cut through the new covered porch as well in the back. So we'll introduce wood decking. We can match the front patio that's gonna be reopened. We'll have the roof trusses, tongue and groove wood ceiling, and then we'll have some solid wood trim details as well. This sheet right here is gonna break down some of the other details closer in. Again, with the concrete steps, we're gonna replicate the exact same design that the steps are right now. And then we're gonna introduce wood railings. And then this is all the detailing of the windows that are gonna match the current detail that's there right now. This is showing some details and dimensions for, because currently right now what's adjacent to what looks like a pillar store right now is windows. So once we pop those windows open, we're gonna have to redo some of the trim around those columns that are existing. And then I also provide a front view and the side elevation of the knee brackets that we will introduce in the back elevation. Ron mentioned it was very important for us for the new addition to be recessed. So we went ahead and recessed the walls on the inside, and then we also reduced the height of the new gable to be subordinate with the main house. All right. Then as far as our material selections, we're gonna nail those down better as we work this out with the client. But so far what we have, it will be a solid wood door with a half glass panel at the top and solid panel at the bottom. The roofing will be 5B metal crimp panels. This right here is the current snapshot of the exterior. So what we'll do is we'll replicate the same siding. We'll replicate the same bead board for the soffit. We'll also replicate the exposed rafters, and they'll also have the exposed flashing as well, metal flashing. This right here would just be an example of the wood decking that we will use for the patios. Of course, we'll figure out what kind of stain and exactly what kind of wood would be most appropriate. This is just somewhat of a close example of what wood railings would be like. Pardon me on that, but what we want to do is we'll do wood-cladded windows. As far as the foundation is concerned, we're going to do a stem wall, and then to reflect some of the features of the existing house, we'll do a face break veneer. An example of the door hardware, an example of the exterior lighting, an example of the wood ceilings that we could use in the patios. And then that leads me to going through some of the conditions highlighted by Ron. The first one being meet with the staff prior to the public hearing. We have gone ahead and done that as well. Provide site parking to meet preservation standards. That was one of our virtual meetings. And I understand that typically you would want to make sure that we allocate 2 parking spaces behind the front exterior wall, which would not be this one, which is the patio, would be the prominent exterior wall here. But we do have an oak tree that we want to preserve, and we basically decided to allocate this parking space right up to the 20-foot protection radius. The staff went ahead and basically said that that was the best way to go about it. And then this is very historic. We'll do the concrete ribbons with sod in between. We also understand that the curve, the flare cuts are not exactly to the standard, but that was discussed during transportation as well. And we will have to file a design exception for this flare cut right here. Next was the addition shall comply with Hyde Park design guidelines. We feel that our addition does comply with that. Revisit some of the window trim for accuracy and proportions. I did go ahead and go back out there. I took dimensions of the widths in the way all this window trim is articulated. And that's also shown in the side profile here as well. There's a solid wood sill, another piece of trim here. And then this is the header detail here with the dimensions on there as well. And then you have your recessed window. Next condition was enlarge the railing and bracket for the public hearing. I went ahead and provided one of those details there with the type of wood to use, and then some of the standard dimensions, and of course the heights and how much spacing in between the railings as well. Next condition is revisit the front facade to match historical placement. Previously, at one point, I was missing this window. Currently, this window is blocked in because this porch was, by the previous owner, was turned into conditioned space, so they blocked this window in. So we're gonna have to uncover that window and see if it needs to be replaced. But essentially, we're gonna keep this window in its exact location as it is now. Next condition, remove fascia board from drawings to expose the rafter details. That was something that was revised as well to more accurately show the current conditions of the way it's all detailed with the current roof. Review wall section for accuracy. That's kind of a general comment, and that was all addressed in these new line drawings. Submit the dimensions for the overhangs for the additions. The current dimension right now is 40 inches, 3 foot 4 inches, and so we plan to replicate that as well. Provide drawings showing an intent for existing and proposed foundation. So currently, right now, the house is built on what appears to be brick piers, and then there's a poor concrete solid with some ventilation, circular ventilation for crawl space ventilation. So our new foundation would somewhat reflect that, but what we plan to do is stem wall, as I mentioned. We'll introduce crawl space venting as well, and we're gonna line the entire foundation with a face brick veneer. And we'll try to match the brick as existing as possible. Lastly, the last 3 bullet points are kind of a general note to just make sure to provide the necessary drawings, the complete wall sections, and the material palette, which I've done that as well. And that's mainly it. On the next case, we'll talk more about the floor plan, but I do have this here if you have any questions regarding the floor plans themselves. And that'll be it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Velam, staff with Historic Preservation. Focusing on the certificate of appropriateness, staff finds this application is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines. We reviewed the plans on July 15, 2025. In looking at your staff report on page 4, we put some language reflecting the Secretary of Interior standards. It talks about matching or being compatible with a historic structure while also showing that it's a little different. On our conditions, we wanted him to address the addition, that it bumps in on each side, and the gable roof is tucked under the gable roof. So that tells that structure is subordinate to the primary structure by just the bumping in and the roof line. We wanted different illustrations showing the accuracy of the window trim and the proportions. He provided you with additional drawings this evening to reflect on those items. I think he went one by one through these bullet items, and he had a response for all of them. Lastly, I'm gonna leave you that he talked about the windows are gonna be cladded. On the addition, cladded windows are an appropriate solution. On the historic footprint of the house, has to be a true wood window. So he's opening up the porch. Behind the front porch, there was the facade there that had some windows that are there. He needs to put a window there that is wood to match the intent of the construction when it was built back in 1915. And just to elaborate on the parking a little bit, the front, I talked about the pea gravel that was there, and the prior owners used all that as their parking in the front. He's being more sensitive to the district. He's putting the parking down one side. He's putting the ribbon drive with the proportions that match transportation standards. He has to terminate that where the protective radius is. So he's at the 20. He might be able to go a little bit further in. Transportation and natural resources will take another look at it. What I've learned in the past, if you have some sensitive materials as it approaches the trees, you could maybe get 15 foot from the trunk of the tree. So maybe he can move those cars in a little bit more, but he's really limited on the site with that grand tree and no alley access. And I'll be here to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone in the public here to speak for this project? Okay, not seeing anyone, we will go ahead with questions from the commissioners, starting on my right.
Evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for staying up. So I wanted to clarify what Ron was just pointing out. The wood window, the windows in the main contributing structure will remain wood, and you will only be using clad windows
For the addition, that's
on the
correct.
addition?
Yes.
Okay,
I appreciate him clarifying that, yes.
okay. Quick question, where's the front door for your new proposed porch?
Okay, let me show that.
Because there isn't one on the elevation. There's no door on the elevation.
It's offset.
It's
Yeah.
Okay,
So, right here, this is the existing floor plan. This is
Okay.
the porch that was covered. And then this is the exterior door that
That you're
we
taking
saw in
out?
the pictures. And this is another door they had in there. So that door will be the one that will become the new front door.
okay. I just didn't see it on the elevation. I guess it was behind something. That's it. That's all I got.
Excellent.
Yeah, no questions. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, that was a very thorough presentation. I'd like to raise an issue about the stairs go up, and then you would think that there would be a door, at the end of the stairs, but that doesn't seem to be what happens.
On the porch?
On the porch. And have you looked at this? I mean, it certainly makes the living room function a lot better to have the door over against the wall, right? So that's like a good thing. But somehow I think that with the gable above, that in the original, in the original house, there was a door there. And you might want to look for that door behind, I don't know if there's any joining in the.
Are you referring to this spot right here?
Yeah,
Yeah, so I can confirm that definitely is a window. That one was not covered up. This one was.
right, but originally, it's very odd to run this stair up and
then the
not have a
door's to the
door, that.
Yeah, I mean, we would certainly be open to it. There's nothing really stopping us functionally from being able to do that on the inside of that space.
So it seems like a lot better solution. I don't want to force the issue because I don't know what was there originally, and there should be some evidence in the framing. If you get behind it, maybe you come from the interior or something, to just take a look at that.
Yeah, I could certainly try, yeah.
Because the new exterior elevation it's just it's odd, and you're doing all the right stuff because you're taking the windows off you're opening up the porch again. That's a great thing. But this window, you just walk up to the window and people are asking, like, where's the front door? And you have to look over to the side there, and then you see
It's
it.
screaming to be right at the top of the stairs.
Yeah.
I
So-
agree with you. I was taking the path of least resistance, absolutely. So that door being there already, the window being there, I sort of left that be what it was.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. If we can orient it, it makes a lot more sense.
All right, thank
We
you
could
very
look
much.
into that.
That's my only comment.
The columns you have there in elevation, those 4 columns, they're 3 different sizes. Is that on purpose?
Those are all existing, yes.
And they're different
So
sizes in
yes.
real, okay, all right. You said during your presentation that you were going to figure out the front door that you were going to use.
Ron suggested, he made a suggestion as to what will complement this house, and that's what I put up with. I haven't talked to the owners, if that's the exact door that they're gonna select.
Okay. And then in the back in the addition, you've got ventilation. Do you have any type of detail that shows those vents?
I have not broken that one down. I've seen it as simple with the engineers where it's just, since we're gonna do CMU, it's just a matter of leaving one opening open, and that provides, with enough of those opening, that provides enough ventilation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hi, stay where you are, actually. Thank you. Very nice presentation. I know this house well. This will be a wonderful improvement to the neighborhood. One question. The stairs lead to a landing. Why a landing? Why not right to the porch? A landing is not typical of these homes.
We can certainly work that out, yeah.
Was there a rationale for the landing? Was there something you were trying to achieve?
It was just a thought that came to my head as I was there, especially when the steps were kind of questionable to step on. But this is not it's not set in
I
stone.
love that you're opening the porch, and I think it's more typical that the steps lead you right to the porch. It's
Yeah,
unusual to
we could
have a
certainly-
landing.
We could certainly do
And,
that.
and just again, just a stylistic question, that is sort of, if you are to move the steps back and eliminate the landing, it kind of begs for a welcome wall treatment. Did you consider that?
No, I haven't
on
thought
the
about that.
On the sides? Okay. Okay, thank you.
No questions.
Okay, again, nice presentation. A couple of questions. The AC, can you just point out where that is?
Yes. That is on the north side.
It's already there, right?
Right here.
Yeah, how are you gonna screen it?
We could use fence paneling, landscaping.
Okay, it just needs to be screened from the street, so we gotta address that. Light fixtures?
Light fixtures.
Okay.
This could be a potential here.
And that's just in the front, in the back, all over?
That's in the front. I haven't worked out a ceiling layout, which is typically what I would do next.
So on the back, you think it's gonna be ceiling, not any kind of carriage?
What I may propose is wall sconces on those columns.
But they would match the front, you think?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. You went over it, but I didn't understand the foundation. What is the material on the existing home right now?
Right now is, I wish I had a exterior picture on here, but I don't.
Because you're gonna do brick on the proposed. I'm just trying to,
So it's basically brick piers, and then in between it's poured solid concrete, and then these circles are just bents. It
so
just
it's
goes right through.
exposed, like cast in place concrete?
Yes,
Okay. All right.
painted, yes.
All right. Back to the site plan. Are you doing a perimeter fence or anything like that?
Right now, I do show a fence in the site plan, but that's something I think we want to do after the fact. We haven't quite nailed that down.
Okay, just show me where it is right now, if you don't mind.
Well, currently it's shown in the highlighted blue.
Oh, gotcha. All right, so you gotta adjust it to make the parking
Yes.
work. Okay. And then I see the driveway is parallel to the property line, not the house, but it actually gives you a little bit more room against the house. It functionally works better. Okay, that was all the questions. And well, I'll follow up. You got a tree in the backyard and the grand, or I don't know if it's a grand tree, but the big tree, it is a grand 52. Are you gonna have to take any branches off of that for the
We
addition?
haven't gotten that far to. Oh, you didn't? There you go.
Wade Holland, Ronnie Holland were the owners. So we already had an approval for the tree trimming.
Okay.
And that was already done. We were worried about the hurricanes and falling on the house.
Perfect.
So that was done, I think, a week ago, but it was already approved. And I think it's in the staff report.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Because I thought they didn't do it, so.
Great, great.
She accused them of not doing it. So.
All right. And that's all the questions I have. Go ahead.
Can you scroll down to the next sheet? I'm sorry, go all the way up to the top to your very first sheets.
Oh, the top?
Yeah.
That's the very first slide.
Yep. Can you zoom in to the project information?
Oh, right over here?
No, on the right-hand side. On the right-hand side, all the way to the far right. Okay. Probably I'll just change that address to the right address, okay?
Oh, right here?
right down there?
Here? Oh, just, yeah, yes. I'll take care of that.
That's our home.
Okay, any other?
No.
Okay. No more questions from us. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose.
I don't have anything to say.
Okay,
We'll
great.
conclude it, yes.
All right, we're going to close the public portion of the hearing at this point and move on to discussion.
I think,
I think it's great. I would
I think
make
it's
a
a nice
motion to
little
approve.
tasteful addition to a lovely little modest house. It's the right moves. I agree with you. When he said, when he has a landing at the top of the stair, he thought that while he's visiting the existing house that has a door.
Right, right.
But as soon as you take the
That's
door
right.
away,
Porches, the
you
landing.
don't need the
Goes
landing at the top of the
That's
stairs, so you can push the stair back.
Right.
A welcome wall would be a nice little, just side walls to dress up the edges of the stairs, so the sides of the stairs aren't exposed. Just very modest. I agree with that. Obviously wood window in the main house, clad windows on the addition are for conditions. Investigate whether the door was originally centered on the stairway. Just like take down some plaster or drywall on the inside and see if you can determine that that's where the framing was. If not, what's there is there. No stair landing, consider welcome wall, landscape screen on the AC, and work with staff on the fence.
I would just add to work with the staff on the rest of the front door, the lighting. He hasn't chosen any of his items yet.
They were suggested.
They're
Yeah,
suggested,
they were
right, yeah.
suggested, okay, yeah, confirm or finalize.
Yeah.
Finalize. Front door. Lighting.
All right, so we're gonna
And,
continue it.
No.
And hardware?
Let's do it.
okay, okay,
Okay.
okay. All righty,
Is that? It's gonna make a motion.
coming into the stretch, final stretch here. Move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 25-000348 for the property at 1203 South Gundy Avenue, with the following conditions: that any windows in the original contributing house remain wood or be replaced with wood, that clad windows be only utilized on the addition, that the client shall investigate whether the front door was originally centered on the front steps, that there be no stair landing, that the stairs lead right to the front porch, that the client consider a welcome wall on either side of the front porch stairs, the reconstructed front porch stairs, that the AC unit be screened with some landscaping from view from the street, and to work with staff on the final fence design and location, and finalize front door lighting and hardware selection.
Second.
Because, wasn't finished. Because, based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines of the city of Tampa, because it meets massing, scale, and appropriate setbacks from the main contributing structure.
Okay. Does the applicant understand the conditions and agree with the conditions? Okay. All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Still second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, not seeing any. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. All right, next case.
Looks like I'm your closer tonight.
There you go.
This is a ad valorem tax exemption request for 1203 South Gumby Avenue. You usually see these hand in hand. They can't start the work until the ad valorem gets passed, so we are here to review that part of the request. Just to review what our tax ad valorem program offers, it stimulates and revitalizes historic properties. It eases the burden of maintaining these properties. Eligible properties are designated local landmarks or historic properties in the local historic districts, and applications are reviewed either by the BLC or ARC in this case. It's a two-part application process. The part one describes the project scope, and it shall adhere to the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. It also extends to the interior. That's what makes these special. And during the part two review, the applicant will review whether each feature was preserved, rehabilitated, removed, or replaced. Some backgrounds. You just reviewed and approved ARC 25-000348. So that moves on to this case. As we mentioned, they got the Grand Live Oak pruning permit, and previously they had a ARC review to re-roof from a shingle to a metal roof. And I'll flip through these quickly because I know Ron did an excellent job giving you the area scope. The house and the accessory structure are both contributing structures to the Hyde Park Historic District as marked with the shading. Here's the 1929 Sanborn, which shows the open front porch and an open rear porch, as well as two accessory structures at that time. The property is located on the west side of South Gumby Avenue between Watrous and Deacle Avenues. This is the front facade, the south facade, the north facade, and that rear, that was that unpermitted addition that will be removed. This is just a screenshot of the master site file to show that it is a contributing but considered altered property. You can see here it was once painted purple, and the original master site file photo, which shows then that it was a closed porch at that time as well. For the ad valerums, we use the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation. Those are what guide us in these reviews. Within those standards specifically, Standard 10 encourages changes to historic properties to be done so in a way that could be reversible. There has been, obviously, alterations to this project, and this is an opportunity to restore them back to the historic character. They are moving forward with opening that front porch. In this case, staff has asked that they consider restoring the windows in that historic sleeping porch. That is, they can review whether or not they are open to that, but that was a staff suggestion since the ad valorem program does go further into rehabilitation. With that, as I mentioned, as part of the Part 1 application, the applicant will specify the features to be rehabilitated in the interior and the exterior. When they come back for the Part 2, they will go over those same features and explain any deviations, any materials that were not available to them, anything that was removed, or anything that could not have been rehabilitated and had to be replaced in the process. So with that, I'd like to welcome the applicant to present the Part 1 application.
Just a question. One of the things, and Heather, thank you, that Heather had in her notes for us was to go through the floor plan. Do you want us to do that again?
We haven't really seen
Okay.
it. I mean, do the floor plans as quick as you can.
Okay,
but
yeah, and
just
then we've got some,
All right.
and then Hansel's we're gonna put it up here.
Sir, if you'll introduce yourself for the
Sure.
record.
Wade Holland, owner.
Also the architect.
Rania Holland, owner.
All right, this is the existing floor plan. What we plan to do is replace the concrete steps to the same detail. They're in poor condition right now. We're going to do away with all the existing windows that used to be part of a covered porch that is now being used as living space. We'll go ahead and have to remove this interior wall as well, along with the door as well. This is an existing door, an existing window. This is also an existing window that's been covered up, so we will uncover that as well. And then as far as the back, this area right here shown in the boundary is the addition that was unpermitted, so we'll go ahead and demolish that. And then we're also gonna remove this window, door, and this exterior window, door, I'm sorry. Remove part of this wall, remove this door, and then I'll go right into the next. This right here is a 16-second floor, which currently is showing 2 windows. There appears to be at least 1 more window that's being covered right now. We plan to remove this window, both of these windows in this corner, keep this back window, keep this window here. And then we're also gonna remove these walls right here, and then this sink and toilet, which it's just not functional, and it's also on a raised platform. So this is the new floor plan. What's highlighted in yellow will be the proposed addition. All these rooms are staying in the exact same layout. The porch will be reopened back up again. No more windows, completely open to the air. These are new concrete steps. The landing will not be proposed. And then we're gonna introduce a covered porch in the back. We're gonna have a new master suite, a new laundry room, concrete steps off the back with the same detail as the front. And then the kitchen will stay in the same space. And then this is a new second floor. At the time of me putting this together, we haven't discussed about reopening up some of these covered windows, so that's something we could discuss in this hearing. But this will be basically a small bedroom with a full bathroom adjacent to it. And again, we'll need to cover up some of these windows here because they just don't work with this layout, but this window can stay here. And then these are the stairs that go down to the first floor.
All right, and then we're just gonna quickly run through the features that we plan on restoring / rehabbing. Zoom that out. All right, so the front porch, which has been talked about in the previous application, that's one of the biggest things that we're doing is.
Those stairs are actually steeper than they looked, and I think that's why we did the railings, but how high can the welcome wall be?
I don't know if we can really tell you, but I mean.
Okay, but we'll figure it out.
Look for some examples and.
Yeah, so that's the first feature. There is built-in shelving. These are 3 examples, but there's actually 3 or 4 more. Built-in shelving throughout, that we would like to restore, and that's, sanding, repainting. There's minor carpentry, there's broken hardware. Similarly, in the kitchen, there are cabinets that we would like to restore.
The previous owner, I think, made them herself.
They need some work, but they're actually quite nice. The flooring, throughout is something that, we would like to restore / replicate. I know there's different ways to do that. I think, we've talked about one way is, try to get as much and as many rooms that's original and then replicate to the extent possible in other rooms. That's what our plan is. This gives you a sense of, some spots it's fine, some spots it's not so fine. We plan on keeping and, again, restoring / replicating the wood wainscoting. This, again, goes throughout the interior of the house. In some spots, again, the house was not the nicest house. If you've seen it, you would know that. Some spots it's fine, some spots it's not so fine. There's obviously been termites in there for a long time, so some of it will be restored, some of it will need to be replicated. That's just another example. The hardware, the interior hardware, we plan on, again, restoring what we can keep and replicating to the extent that we can't keep it. What we have in our application is not specifically on here, but the doors, these 4-panel doors, are others. And the interior doors we plan on keeping as well. The windows, single pane windows. Again, as mentioned in the previous one, we'll be trying to restore to the extent possible. Again, termites have ate quite a bit of them. We'll have to replace probably a significant number of them. It'll be the all wood version. And then lastly, in our application, there's an existing fireplace. you know, that, again, we'd like to clean up and we plan on keeping, you know, again, as part of the original structure. Ronnie, do you have anything to add?
That's
All right, thank you. We'll make it quick.
Great. Okay.
Staff found that the proposed features to be rehabilitated meets our criteria, and we found that the project is compatible with our program.
Great, thank you. All right, is there anybody in the public here to speak for or against? Not seeing anyone, we will go ahead with questions from commissioners. I'll start on the right.
Regarding this, the window restoration replacement, I would, I guess the question is, when you get down to brass tacks, it's, do you intend to try to save the frames, the original window frames, if they're intact, and then just replace the sashes? Is that the method you were gonna go down?
Yeah, I think that would be the plan, or at least the intent, you know, to the extent that, again, they haven't been, some of them have been eaten quite a bit, but yeah, to the extent that we can keep anything that we can keep, we plan on doing that.
Understood, okay. And almost the same exact question going with the floor.
Correct.
Is it, you know, you save as much as you can? I think you're intending, is
Yeah,
it
our
your
intent- our
intention to
intent
save
there
as much
is
as you can
truly
and
to take-
consolidate?
Yeah,
For example,
exactly,
when you
consolidate,
walk-
exactly.
Yeah,
'Cause
when you
there's
walk
some-
in on that front porch, there's one panel gone. When we went to see the house, I actually fell through it. So, but, you know, rest, like,
Sure,
you
it's
said
cool.
we can save it. I was told not to.
Yeah, but the plan is, yeah, exactly, consolidate, so you have as much of a room or
Of a single room,
rooms.
okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
yep.
That's all I have.
No questions.
No questions.
Sorry, I have one question for staff. Just for the record, can you just take 30 seconds to articulate the implications of entering the program from the real estate, the reduction or abatement of the taxes, just
Yes, I can.
for a reminder? Thank you.
So it is a 10-year ad valorem, and the way it works is we've already been in contact with the tax appraiser office. They've gone out and done a pre-construction valuation of the property, and that valuation locks in for 10 years. So the offset is once you do the rehabilitation, your property value usually goes up. So your exemption is on the difference between the existing valuation and the post-construction valuation.
Thank you.
No questions.
Okay. All right, I don't have any questions. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose.
We're good.
Okay, perfect. All right. So we're gonna close the public hearing. And any discussion or a motion?
I must applaud, you know, any couple who endeavors to buy a place like this, knowing, you know, they fell through the floor already, so they know what they're getting into. But yeah, it gives me chills when people come in front of us with a property that needs a lot of tender loving care, and they're willing to do it. And honestly, I think some of the original fabric in this house is astounding. You know, the built-in cabinets and the floor, the hardwood still. I mean, I think it's just a lovely little, charming little house. And but I wish you lots of luck.
Thank you.
I echo that, and I think just emphasizing the ability to really maintain the character of it and not overbuild it, over-add, over-excess it, which we know is a trend. So congratulations, it's a lovely project.
Great. All right.
Move to approve the ad valorem tax exemption application, part 1, for the plans represented at this public hearing in case number AIC tax-25-000004 for the property located at 1203 South Gunby Avenue, Tampa, Florida, for the rehabilitation of this property because based on the facts in the record, the proposed project is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for rehabilitating historic buildings.
Okay, we have a second? Second. All right, seeing a second and seeing no discussion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, good luck.
Thank you.
I'm looking for a final motion to receive and file submitted documents.
I move to receive all submitted documents and drawings.
Second.
All right, John, second.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And then, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes, and now we are adjourned.
Yeah.
Escorted downstairs to the first floor, escorted out the exit, and was advised that he was ruled out of order and was not welcomed in council chambers today.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your assistance, and thank you all for your patience again. Okay, so we are going to pick back up. Yeah. We are going to start with an invocation. Louis Vieira, I believe you have the invocation this month. Would you like to introduce your?
I will, Mr. Chairman. I would like to welcome our friend Steve Michelini, the man in the red tie, who will provide today's invocation and recognize our dear colleague, Mary Bryant. Today is Mary's last meeting in Tampa City Council after 63 years of service to the city of Tampa. That is appropriate. And on my right. And Steve is here with his wonderful daughter, Francesca. Tomorrow will be